Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Tournament 2025, coming to you live from Hohhot in the Inner Mongolia region of northern China. Yesterday we had a wonderful day of pool play unfold that saw the home side China excel in both the girls and boys competitions. They were matched every step of the way in the other pool by the Japanese sides, while Hong Kong and Chinese Taipei also showed their strength as well. We're now coming towards the business end of the competition into the knockout stages today, and just as yesterday we will dovetail between the girls competition and the boys competition. We start off with the second plate semi-final. That might seem a little bit strange, but that's because there were only 7 teams in the girls competition. So Uzbekistan, who finished third in Pool D yesterday, received a bye through to the 5th, 6th playoff in the women's plate competition, while Kazakhstan, third in Pool C, and Malaysia, 4th in Pool D, will now face each other to find out who will play Uzbekistan in that 5th, 6th plate playoff. It's Malaysia in the blue and red, playing left to right, who've kicked off to Kazakhstan first of all. And Kazakhstan at the moment just making slightly slow progress to try and get out of their 22 as Olaynikova drops off to a teammate, and now making a bit of headway up the right wing. Another beautiful day in Hohhot. Treated to a really nice win yesterday that meant perfect conditions for sevens rugby. No rain, plenty of sun, but nice cool conditions, so the athletes weren't struggling too much. Kazakhstan finding a little bit of change for their work here on that right wing, space to turn around the defensive line and go all the way for the first try of day 2, and it's Evelina Becker who will open the account for the Central Asian side, showing really good pace on the wing there, and it was never going to be caught despite the best efforts of the Malaysian defenders trying to chase her down. Kazakhstan's one win yesterday in Pool C, coming in the bye that they received. So they are looking to pick up their first win actually on the pitch. Malaysia, they had a tough day yesterday, losing all 3 of their matches. The closest one, a 15-0 loss to Uzbekistan, the team that, as I mentioned, have received a bye through to the 5th, 6th playoff. That bounce working really well for Kazakhstan on the restart there, down into the 22 and then angling back towards their on-rushing players, and it's going to lead them right up towards the try line here in the early stages of the match, but they are then going to find themselves penalised by the referee, holding onto the ball on the floor. So Malaysia escaping on this occasion, and our first opportunity to see them with ball in hand on day 2. That's going to be a short-lived opportunity. A knock-on, still in their own red zone. Not the attacking start that they would have wanted, especially when they're already 7 points down. Our first scrum of the game coming up. And it will be back-to-back of Kazakhstan to feed. Kazakhstan driven back a little bit, but back-to-back was there to pick it up, and a nice show and go, and she's going to be the latest to coast in under the posts. Like the proverbial hot knife through butter on that occasion. All too easy for Packet-Peck. See that one more time. Thought about the handoff, but in the end wasn't even required to do that. Malaysia on this occasion do secure the restart and do make it outside of their 22. And Henry getting their first phase underway. That's a loose pass there that Matt Louis has to chase back and clear up. They're making hard work of it for themselves here. And a steal at the breakdown from Kazakhstan is going to provide them with their third try. And we've still got 2.5 minutes to go in this opening period. Looks to be back at the pack that's gone over again. We get to get a look at this on the replay, see exactly how Kazakhstan were able to steal that ball. Conversion's not going to make it, so it will remain Kazakhstan 19, Malaysia 0. There we see back at pack just alive to the opportunity. The ball was out, managing to steal it. And no Malaysians at home on the try line to prevent her getting there. Positive signs for the Southeast Asians though are that they are improving their receipt of the restart on each occasion. That one nearly leading to a half break and up to halfway for the first time, and winning the penalty as well, so they will find themselves deep into Kazakhstani territory here. Good jackling from Kazakhstan. It's going to result in a penalty the other way. So the first promising Malaysian attack comes to an end. Kazakhstan choosing to call for the scrum, having received the penalty here, a tactic that we saw from a lot of the teams yesterday. See, in sevens rugby it just creates so much space on the pitch for the backs to run into. Kazakhstan will hope to use that to their advantage here. Quickly out from the scrum. And a loop play, but then the final pass goes loose, and Malaysia were very close there to managing to turn that one over. Matt Louis diving on the loose ball but not able to control it fully. And it means in the end it goes out off her hands, and so it will be a Kazakhstan line out right on their 22 as the half-time buzzer goes. Stansky throwing in. Line out wasn't straight, so a Malaysian scrum. With Anna Kenry to feed, and Malaysia choosing to use this opportunity. Just in the moments before half time to make a quick substitution in the scrum. First time we've seen Malaysia feed a scrum, and Anna Kenry snagged immediately by Bakti Peck. Then released, she releases the ball, picks it back up and gains another couple of metres. Malaysia knocking on the door of the 22 here. The pick and go from the ruck. An offload to the left there could have resulted in an opportunity opening up on that side. As it is, Malaysia will come back against the run of play. Just needing these supporting lines to be a little bit better, a little bit faster in getting there if they want to keep this attack moving fluidly. Great defence from Kazakhstan to put pressure on the pass. The ball goes loose. Malaysia find themselves moving backwards. a little chip over the line, and this is all going to depend on the bounce, and it was a great one in the end for Hafizan, and she enjoyed that one. Big fist bump of the ball afterwards from Nur Hanani. Helen Hafizan gets Malaysia on the board and gets them back in this game heading into the break. The kick here could be really crucial, as it could take the margin down to under 2 scores. And the full complement of 7 points would give Malaysia a good bit of confidence in half-time. Anak Kanri, however, not quite able to get it. So it will be Kazakhstan 19, Malaysia 5 at half-time. And a match that looked to be heading one way, all of a sudden, has turned into a bit more of a contest.
Отходите, доигрывать, это надо. Все, давайте, все, в кучку собрались, быстрее. Быстрее.
Йога, давай.
Даяна, это может быть обратной заменой.
Эвелина, тебя поменяли. Марина. Все, сразу.
Полный дай медику, пожалуйста.
Обратную замену там в случае,
Да, можно.
в случае чего сделаем, обратно Даянку вернем.
Well, Kazakhstan had got themselves back out and ready on the pitch a good 30 seconds before Malaysia. Very eager to right the wrongs of the final minute of the first half, where they conceded a try, having been pretty flawless up until that point. Malaysia, their huddle will have been focusing on how they could achieve more of the same that they left off with. However, this is not the start they would have wanted. Losing the ball forwards inside their own 22 provided Kazakhstan with an attacking platform. Packet Peck signals that she wants her players to go left off the base of the scrum. She picks and goes right. The referee calls Packet Peck back. She wants that scrum fed again. Same play, once again from Batik back over to the right hand side. Decent ground gained off that scrum. Kazakhstan trying to break through the middle of the line. Good support on the offload. Now in the shadow of the posts. A little bit of chaos in terms of who was where, but that perhaps caused confusion within the Malaysian defensive line. And it has allowed the simplest of darts through from the ruck for Kazakhstan to be the first team to score in the second half. And their fourth try on the board. As we watch again, a little fake created the gap as the ruck guard stepped to her left. And it was just a case of darting through and dotting down. Kazakhstan up to 26, Malaysia still on 5. Not for the first time, we've seen Malaysia lose control of the ball fairly early on in possession. Kazakhstan have further to go on this occasion than they did last time they received a Malaysian error. Managing to work really well as a team to spread the ball from one side of the pitch to the other, create the attacking opportunities until that final pass there just died on the way to its intended target of Kweisui. Subs to be made and a Malaysian scrum to be fed. Louis puts the ball in and this time able to get it out a bit more cleanly than the Malaysian scrum that they had in the first half. That's not really worked out for Malaysia the way they would have wanted, moving laterally from left to right and straight over the touchline. Line out to Kazakhstan. A little bit of confusion about exactly where the two lines should be standing now. Kazakhstani hooker having to throw the ball in from level with the Malaysian line. That works well for Kazakhstan. Huge hit put in there by Nur Adil to Arasina Abdullah of Malaysia. They're going to need more defence like that because Kazakhstan have found it fairly easy to score when they've had the ball. They do lose it there, however. Malaysia too narrow to counter too effectively at this point in time, and now have a player down as well. Back on her feet, but having to run backwards towards her own line is Abdullah. It's worked out for her though. Managing to get round the first defender. For Dastan Kazakh. Also down over the touchline. Now we see evading that first tackle and then a big hit. Dastan Kazakh. Kazakhstan sending Olenikova high into the sky to receive that line up. Moving the ball quickly to the other side of the field. Being caught by the Malaysian defence. And still then trying to work this blind side. Stankizi really growing into this match as it goes on, managing to bust her way through there and an overlap for Kazakhstan if they can get the ball out. Needed to go there. Good defence from Malaysia to cut the pass out. The offload from Fixtures going forwards there. So play will stop again and we'll have a Malaysian scrum. Fizan just receiving some attention from the physio for Malaysia. It looks like she is probably going to have to head off the pitch here. She does indeed. We can go from the scrum by Matt Louis. Malaysia playing with just 6 here for the time being. Abdullah up into the line and then rolling back towards her own teammates to make sure she can secure that ball at the ruck. Malaysia brought back for the penalty. Now back up to 7 players here. Fizan had come back onto the pitch for the moment, but only temporarily. She does now head off. And Malaysia call for the scrum. Time is up in this opening match of day 2. We'll have one more play from this scrum, but Kazakhstan have done enough. They will be going through to play the 5th, 6th playoff, and sadly we will be saying goodbye to Malaysia. The last time we will see them, they will have a bye at 12:55, having lost this match. See whether they can find a way to finish their campaign on a high. Into Kazakhstan's half now. Just needed to fix their defenders a little bit more before putting those passes in. Good step back inside, away from the touchline from Matt Louis. Beating the first defender is John there. And now a real opportunity over to the far side, and this is going to be a try for Malaysia. They end the second half the way they ended the first, and a lovely note for them to finish up their appearance at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship 2025. Final try coming through Nadia Nabella Puteri Zolfakar. Abdullah will have a crack. Getting a final couple of points on the board for the Malaysian team. Unsuccessful in this occasion in the second plate semi-final, as it were, with the first one being a bye for Uzbekistan. Finishes Kazakhstan 26, Malaysia 10. Handshakes all round. It's been an enjoyable appearance at the tournament for Malaysia. For Kazakhstan, they will have one more game, be an all Central Asian clash. Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan. That one will be at 1:20 PM local time. Up next, the first of the Cup semi-finals in the girls' competition, and we will see the home side, China, in their first appearance of the day. No time to hang about here, a few delays in that first game, meaning that kickoff is just moments away. In game 2, China in this semi-final courtesy of their first place finish in Pool C. Their closest opponents in that one were Hong Kong, China, who we'll see up next. But even in that match against Hong Kong, China, People's Republic of China absolutely blew their opposition away. They've been in imperious form so far this weekend. We'll hope to continue right now against an Indian side that showed some real positives through the day yesterday and grew into themselves and have really deserved this semi-final spot. They got a courtesy of their 24-5 win over Malaysia in their final match. We are underway. India kicking to China. And China already making good headway through the defensive line. Chen Ji-gui. And winning the penalty as well, which they're going to take quickly. India aren't really back 10, so they were at risk of conceding another one. They just about held off the tackle for long enough. China already into the Indian 22. Okay, again on this near touchline, trying to break through. Just staying in field of China. Looks so strong with ball in hand. They win another penalty here. India going off their feet at the tackle. And it will be Jun Zhugi to get China's opening score. Took them just over a minute. They gained ground on every single carry there. Never really looked like being stopped. Stays at a 5-point margin. So you see once again it was Guy who started the whole thing down in her own half. Only right that she should finish it off for China. Who choose to stack 5 of their 6 chasing runners on this kick over on the far side. India just about getting hold of that one. Not the cleanest receipt of the restart. And a big hit put in as well, but the offload's there, so they keep this play moving forwards. They are going to get the penalty as well. Free penalising China for diving off their feet at the ruck there. Good quick hands from India. It does mean they've used up all of their attackers. And they were struggling then to find people to secure the ball at the ruck. That allowed China to get in there. India were penalised, and China once again on the attack, but losing the ball at the critical moment. So India just trying to play this out from their own try liner. Little stab kick there, probably not the best option. It's going to allow China the chance to try and counter here while the Indian defence is trying to get themselves set. But it's getting scrappy from both teams here. Apologies, just lost connection there. We are back with you as China away. Picking up and the distance. Great to hear the home support for China coming from the stands here in this wonderful stadium in Hohhot. China holding a 12-0 lead over India after that first half. 2 tries to the hosts. 1 in the opening minute. The second coming on the stroke of half time. India, they need to mount the comeback job, but knocking the ball on from the restart, it's not the way they go about that. So Yutong Chen will feed the ball into the scrum and then create this attacking opportunity from which China are going to score their 3rd try. Simple stuff for the Chinese on that occasion. Just a case of lining up their defenders and Jihan Liu running around the outside of them. She's not able to convert her own try. But China holding a 17-point lead now as we see Liu galloping in again. She had a strong day yesterday. Looks to be picking up exactly where she left off. Trying to go short on this restart. India allow it to bounce and get a big hit for doing so. Penalty to China. Gee takes the tap quickly. You have numbers to the left hand side with this loop that they've created and over the top, and it's going to be another try. Indian defence trying to put in a last gasp tackle to stop it. It was too little too late. China scoring once again. To pluck that ball out of the air, but Zi Xuanchang did do really well to dot it down in the corner and continue China's march towards the final of the girls under 18 side of the competition here at the 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens. Running back against play there to create the gap through which Jikui Miao needs no second invitation to run through. China absolutely fluid now. There's no stopping them when they get to this point. They showed yesterday they're a class above their opponents. The same is proving to be true in this semi-final here this morning. Liu goes longer on this restart. It's hanging in the air for a long time. Saloni Kumari got herself underneath it. Just wasn't able to stop it slipping through her arms. Knock on from India, scrum to China on the edge of the 22. Subs to come for India. Miao, the latest try scorer, placed this ball into the scrum. It does get wheeled a little bit, but China are able to get the ball out soon enough, and same tactic that's led to the last try. Switch back against the run of play. On this occasion, India are able to shut the door, prevent China from running straight through. But it feels like a matter of time. Denied only by the ball being lost forwards at the ruck. A minute and a half to go, and India heading to the third place playoff in the cup competition here. They'd like to head there on a high. They'd like to be able to create something to give themselves a bit of confidence going into their final match of the weekend. If they're going to do that, they're going to have to go from deep, 5 metres out from their own try line now. I'll tell you what, they have a chance of doing it though. Too much pace from the chasing Chinese pack for India to be able to go the whole way, and then there were Chinese numbers at the ruck to get the turnover. It's China who are now the ones looking to run around the outside, and they'll do exactly that. Kieran Tong, she's got pace to burn. Should be the latest to add her name to the score sheet here in this cup semi-final. It's just the 5 points that she adds. China 34, India 0 now. Which again, that offload crucial in setting up this try. Try as she might, Samrudi and Kushkadam was not going to be able to pull Kieran Tong in and make the tackle. It's not gone 10 from China. So India with one final chance, starting at halfway, to try and get themselves off 0. Step back inside, finds a half gap. But China stealing the ball as they have on a number of occasions. And it's the fact that they're able to gain so much ground every time they do steal it, even if that one ends up with India winning the penalty. Just another example of how dangerous China are as soon as they get their hands on the ball. India will get a second penalty in a row. A third now. China won't want to finish this game with a player in the sin bin. So they need to frantically infringe. They need to be thinking now about how they would handle this situation if the scores are closer in the cup final. 4 penalties in a row. If the scores are closer in a cup final and the opposition have the ball, they would not want to be giving this number of penalties away. And a closer game, they almost certainly would find a player in the bin for doing so. India still trying to pull forwards, but good counter-rucking looked like initially from China, and then off their feet. This is going to be a sin bin. It is 5 penalties in a row. 5 out of the last 6 have gone against China. India calling for the scrum, and understandable with the player advantage. I have 4 Chinese players tied up around the scrum, and only 2 of them to cover the rest of the field. China, at the moment, opting not to have a scrum half in to provide themselves with 3 defenders in the back line. India look to go to the blind side. Anita Murmy didn't feel she had the gas herself. She handed off to Raimani Murmu. And now India finding space on this left-hand side, and they will get to finish with a try. Good stuff for India. And Anshu Kumari. Perhaps wouldn't have come without the player advantage, but India won't mind. I'll take that score however it does come. Certainly something for China to think about going into the final, about how they handle the close of games when they do not have the ball. Much more discipline than that will be needed against either Japan or Hong Kong China. Close one in the cup final. They are through to the big dance on home soil. Congratulations to them. India, we'll see them in the 3rd, 4th playoff at 2:35. The Women's Cup final coming at 3:30 local time. So we have a watch again of some of the best tries of the match. China ended up winning 34 points to 5. Not for the first time this weekend, we see the girls from Hong Kong, China singing and dancing on the sideline ahead of their match. This team, coached by former Wales Sevens captain Luke Treharne, really enjoying their experience in Hohhot this weekend. Their opponents, Japan, well, this is the first real barometer test that we will get of where they're at this weekend. They weren't truly tested in the pool yesterday, so we had the easy run through it. Now they come up against a Hong Kong China side that were also running rampant through the competition until they came up against the People's Republic of China in their final pool match yesterday. They ended up on the wrong side of that one. That's why they were second in their pool and face Japan, the Pool D winners, for a right to play China, a home team, in the cup final later on today. Japan, the first opportunity to show what they can do, gaining good ground on the catch of that kickoff. Immediately looking to spread the ball wide, but leaving it behind, and Hong Kong China's defence up quickly, but not quite legally, not rolling away. So penalty to Japan, and Chihiro Ito will take the opportunity to clear her team's lines, just going over the head of the Hong Kong China winger to give Japan the line out, about 8 metres from halfway. Sending Hinako Agi up into the air, but the throw to Akagi was not straight. And so Hong Kong China will have the scrum. Scrum doesn't move from either side. Hong Kong China getting the ball out quickly, but good defence from Japan forces the knock on. And they'll look to counter here, going down the short side. Good pace. Up the wing from Yui Harada. Managing to release the ball, get back to her feet and go again. Japan will score first in this semi-final. And it is Chihiro Ito, girl who started it all with her penalty kick to touch, finishes up underneath the sticks. Hinata Kawabe adds the extras. Japan starting with the full 7. And we see a critical release of the ball before Ito got back to her feet. That allowed her to go through, and Hong Kong China needing to defend a lot tighter around the ruck there to prevent that happening again. The only time they had hands on ball in the lead up to that try, they lost it very quickly because the Japanese defence was up so fast, and that's the case again here, winning the turnover once again and setting themselves up with another attacking phase inside the Hong Kong China 22, and it's going to result immediately in a try for Nami Asari. Japan starting off day 2 the way they processed through day 1, running rampant, being an absolute nightmare for their opponent's defence. 12-0 lead now. going to be a tough one for Hong Kong, China. The sun in the eyes at that point in time, not able to take it cleanly, and so Japan will get the scrum. Loose ball off the back of the scrum, but it could provide an opportunity here for Japan. It just caused a moment of hesitancy in the Hong Kong-China defence. Japan are able to run around the outside, notch up their third try. Just 5 minutes gone in this one. Currently showing that anything that China can do, Japan can match. And if Japan do continue like this and head through to the cup final, it's going to be a fantastic contest between those two sides. As we see Nakano showing great pace to get round the Hong Kong-China defence. Very similar restart from Japan on this occasion. They know that they're getting change for kicking to that area. Great line. Followed up with another. Hong Kong China have got to work hard to close this one down. The fake from the ruck again is going to lead to another Japanese score. All too easy for the Brave Blossoms at the moment. And as Kawabi converts this latest try, see the fake pump one more time. To Ikenaga's try. A hooter sounds, and at the moment maybe Hong Kong China's best chance of avoiding conceding any more points until the second half, and indeed that will be the case as Elsie Hulme is tackled over the touchline. Hong Kong China will need to go back to the drawing board in their huddle. They simply have not found an answer to anything that the Japanese have thrown at them in that first half. 24 points the margin between the two sides. Well, one of the areas that Hong Kong China really struggled with in that first half was receiving Japanese restarts. They did have the sun in their eyes though with the half they were playing, and that's not going to be an issue on this occasion. But there's nothing you can do when the Japanese play their restarts to that kind of perfection. Soaring into the air to catch it, and then already their line set to go crashing into Hong Kong China's defence. That pass just edging forwards, the winger up in front of the pass, so that play breaks down. Otherwise it would have led to yet another Japanese try. A chance then for Hong Kong China to build a little bit of momentum, string together a few phases off this scrum, find some confidence, have a run at the Japanese. Instead they choose to kick the ball immediately, but it's going to work for them. That bounce really tough to deal with for Japan. Ended up back with Hong Kong China and lost. Hong Kong China trying to get it back illegally. Penalty Japan. It's going to be a second one. It's going to be... the ref thought about a yellow card, I think, but given the context of the match, decided that it was better just to push Hong Kong China back another 10 metres. That was because they hadn't fully retreated the required distance on the first penalty. Japan choosing to kick for touch on the second. Tay Sato will just have to wait to throw into the line here as Chihiro Ito comes back onto the pitch. Sato fires this out into the line, and then a loose pass is going to allow Hong Kong China's defence to put the pressure on and then knock on. So a bit of a let off for Hong Kong China. And this 2.5 minutes since the second half kicked off, the longest that Japan have gone without scoring in the game so far. Hong Kong China going blindside through Emily Fisher. And support in the form of Asiarugby. And now narrow. Quite tight around the ruck here. Japan up quickly as always. A tackle broken through. Penalty Hong Kong China. Asiarugby onto Fisher. Harry's just called out a little bit there. She had to reach behind her to take that pass. Japan getting two defenders on her. And what had been Hong Kong China's longest spell attacking the Japanese line comes to an end. Penalty to Japan. And Yuna Hosokawa just nudge this ball a little bit further down the touchline. Tough angle to work with there. So close to the sideline already. Hong Kong China managing to win this on the Japanese throw and losing the ball forwards almost immediately. Japan trying to manufacture an overlap on that left hand side, and they do. Will be the first score of the second half. Japan continuing their march to the cup final here. Conversion successful. Hong Kong, China 0, Japan 31. Osakawa kicks to the left hand side. It's perfectly placed, but Hong Kong, China managing to come up with it on this occasion. Moving the ball quickly. They need to, with the way this Japanese defence gets up in their face. Osakawa will take the tap. Japan already into their opponent's 22, keeping this play alive, not wanting to be slowed down at a ruck. They've got supporting runners on the right hand side. In the end, it's going to be a powerful dart to the line. That's Mina Mihara who's gone over for Japan. Japan stacking up some seriously imposing scores on day one. 50 points to 7 against India. 62 points to 0 over Malaysia. And then going two better, 64-0 against Uzbekistan in their final game of the day. Only conceding the one try all weekend to this point. And while Hong Kong, China has certainly presented the toughest test that they've come up against so far, they've barely slowed down. 38 points on the board. And an opportunity to add a further try if they can get possession back from Hong Kong, China here. Hohhot looks to her right hand side. Straight off the feet at the ruck. Hong Kong, China, penalty to Japan. And who would bet against them adding another? Well, in the end, Chihiro Ito says, you know what, we've done enough. Let's put this ball out. Get ourselves ready for the cup final. No point in tiring ourselves out anymore or risking an injury. The big game is still to come. Japan taking the spoils here, 38 points to 0. And they will face China in that cup final at 3:30. Make sure you stay with us for that one. Hong Kong, China, they'll play in the bronze medal game. It'll be India that they face in that one, as they hope to end their weekend on a high note. So that concludes our run of 3 girls games to open day 2 of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Now got 4 men's games coming up for you, starting off with the 2 plate semi-finals. The first of those is India Kazakhstan before Qatar face Malaysia. Those games just a few minutes away. Do stay with us.
करेगा प्रेस कर देना मार देना वक्ती मत दो ज्यादा अंदर नहीं मारनी
Just moments away from getting underway with the boys competition on day 2 of the Asia Rugby Emirates U18 Sevens 2025. 2 late semi-finals coming up for you. India against Kazakhstan in this one. Qatar against Malaysia in the second. We saw the girls from India unable to make their way through to the cup final. The boys, well, they are already down in the plate, but an opportunity for them to continue their campaign for some silverware from this weekend. Not the ideal start though, that kick-off not going the full 10 metres, so Kazakhstan will have to tap on halfway. Real physical side, this Kazakhstani one, and they're going to run hard at the Indian line straight away, and gaining good ground from it. Look how many defenders that has drawn in from India. Kazakhstan stacking the blind side. It's so hard to bring down. A valiant attempt in defence there from Hembran. Coming up with real speed but not able to make the tackle stick. Bouncing ball dealt with well. Kazakhstan decide they're going to go back to the right hand side through Vinogradov. At the moment, the Indian defence just pushing the Kazakhstanis back the way they came and forcing the knock on as well. A breakdown between Kermayev and Khabibulin. So India survived their first test defensively. And while the way that Kazakhstani attack started will have given India some cause for concern, Central Asians marching their way up the field and towards the 22 with seeming ease. India grew into their job defensively and will be pretty happy with where they ended up stopping that attack and can start theirs from. They will not be starting an attack when the Kazakhstan scrum performs like that. It absolutely ploughed through the Indian row. Kazakhstan again on the edge of the 22, winning the penalty. Vinogradov throws this off to Zatanarov. Big pass could provide the overlap here. The tackle's got to stick. Well, the ball was well torn. And the referee's seen a Kazakhstani hand in there last, causing the knock on. So India, they survive again, but the question is for how long, because if the Kazakhstan scrum performs the way it did just a moment ago, India could find themselves being driven all the way back to their try line here. You can see as the two packs stand opposite each other, the Kazakhstanis just have a huge advantage in their size. But I'm not surprised to see the penalty given against Kazakhstan on that occasion. Not properly bound, and India are going to take full advantage and go coast to coast, score a critical try. Sagar Prakash just taking a moment to get back to his feet. He has done a 100-metre dash there to score that one. Kisan with a wonderful conversion as well. And India, who've barely had their hands on the ball, except to feed a couple of scrums, suddenly tap and go the full distance through Prakash. So we see the pace he had to burn there. Kermayev doing his best to get across. But it's India who draw first blood. We'll now look to follow it up with a challenging restart. Penalty to India. Kazakhstan holding on the floor. India go quickly. Through Kumar. Loose pass there, and then that one's going to go forwards. At least it looked like it had done to me. Nothing called by the referee, and it will lead to India's second try. Will it? No. Too much flamboyance in the dive from Kisan. He's lost that one forwards, and it's going to be a Kazakhstani scrum. And we will only find out at the end of the match how critical that error might prove to be. To knock the ball on over the line unopposed. Very frustrating error for India. The scrum not yet set, and the referee, having no patience with the Kazakhstani forward pack, gives the free kick to India. Second time that Kazakhstan have infringed at the scrum, and given their physical advantage there, it ought to be a weapon, not something that's costing them. India 5 out now. Bring it back towards the left. Good line speed from Kazakhstan as India look to wrap around the outside, and they are just about able to get that offload away, but Kazakhstan closing the door between the last defender and the touchline, so India will come back towards us. And still able to create on that left hand side through Kumar. He's just going to check here with his assistant before he officially awards this one. He's happy. India's second try. Kazakhstan at the moment, all physicality, not enough organisation and discipline. India flawless from the boot as well. Watch Murmu run this one in.
I don't think he has. He's calling for the ball. No, ball ka time hai, ball ka.
And some confusion here
His own ears are standing in front.
for the sides as to whether the referee is calling for the ball to be brought back onto the pitch. It certainly is on the pitch. Whether he's calling for half time. The hooter hasn't sounded, but the referee is happy that it is half time. So the two teams will go into their huddle with India in the ascendancy, 14 points to 0. Kazakhstan needing to find a way back into this one. They started the first half really promisingly. They were not able to continue there, and that's the worst possible way to start the second half. It will almost certainly be a card of one colour or another being shown to a Kazakhstani defender here. Sultan Santurov coming in at real pace. We hope the Indian player that's still down on the ground is okay. Santurov called forwards by the referee, and it's a yellow card that is shown. 2 minutes in the bin. Tackle was high and it was reckless. Good to see the Indian player back on his feet. And understandably, he's heading to the sidelines, so they want to get him checked out. Absolutely crucial to make sure that players are given proper head injury assessments after contact like that in rugby. That has to be the primary concern of referees, of coaches and of players themselves, not to play on when they may have received a head injury. So India, having made the change, will take the tap and try and add to their 14-point tally that they racked up in the first half, and they've created the gap beautifully here, and this will be a third try. Sagar Prakash running in for another. And a little autograph celebration from Prakash there. He made the Kazakhstanis come and chase him down and force him to put that ball down, which you see quite often in sevens. Perhaps not the best decision when you've got a player in the bin on the opposing side and you want to maximise your use of that sin bin period. Kazakhstan, I think, would probably have been quite happy to let the seconds tick away. Kazakhstanis disagreeing amongst themselves as to whose responsibility Prakash was there. It's always that much more difficult to know who is defending who, and you've only got 6 players on the field. When you're defending someone with the speed of Prakash, your job is difficult enough as it is. And you're kicking this one just short of the 22. And now we will see Kazakhstan for the first time in a while try and string together an attacking set. And that's a brilliant first hit up that has created this opportunity, and the offload going wild, and India have the opportunity to come away with it here, just surviving the contact there, although they've got a player down over the sideline. This physical contest could count against them. Dying stages of this game and what comes next, but for now it's going to be another try for India. 6v6 on the pitch. That will be enough for Aaron Prajapat to get India's 4th. And this one under the post as well. It's likely to be another maximum 7-point score. Kazakhstan showing a moment of what they can do there. Charging up their 22 and up over halfway, but just not managing to look after the ball well enough. And so it's the same result. Another try for India. Gotta say, good hands there from Charan Hembran. The pass to him was out in front of his chest. Managed to make the ball stick and then to distribute it out to Prajapat under pressure from the Kazakhstani defence. Kazakhstan making a change. Should be back up to the full 7 as well. Both teams being made to wait. So India taking the opportunity to run some water on, but the referee saying that's not what he wants to happen. Not quite able to see with the pictures we've got what's causing this delay of the game. All 7 Indian players are on the field. I believe all 7 Kazakhstani players are as well. The referee clearly waiting for some further instruction or clearance from the sideline in order to continue the match here. Could be the Indian player that was injured on the sideline. It's currently out of our shot. He may be receiving further attention. This the first of 4 boys semi-finals. India look to be making their way through to the plate final, and we'll see in the next game who will be joining them in that match as Qatar face off against Malaysia, and then our focus will move to the Cup semi-finals. Hong Kong, China, the winners of Pool A, will face Chinese Taipei. If you were watching yesterday, you'll have seen play an absolute thriller to close the game, close the day out. They came up against Malaysia. It was a winner-takes-all contest. Whoever took the spoils there would make it into the cup competition. And Chinese Taipei looked to have lost the game thanks to a late converted Malaysian try inside the final minute. But as the hooter went, dead ball time was up. Taipei batted their way down towards the Malaysian line, scored the winning try, and so they will face Hong Kong, China in that first cup semi-final. On the other side of the draw, Japan, who much as in the girls were in imperious form in the boys competition yesterday, will face their toughest test yet against the home team China, whose only loss came against Hong Kong, China in their pool. We are now back underway in this first plate semi-final in the boys competition. A knock-on from India off their own restart there. Give Kazakhstan the opportunity through a succession of flat passes to try and break the Indian line. They are up towards halfway through Nikita Britikov. Such a dangerous runner, so hard to stop. He's made it from his own 22 to India's 10-metre line there. Massive impact. Not for the first time. A risky offload from Kazakhstan. And then Kazakhstan infringing and being caught offside. So their attack will come to an end. That's been a consistent theme for them in attack. Promise early on, and then not having the calmness to adjust after a physical hit up, to hold on to the ball and manage to string phases together. India will know they've done enough here. Just over a minute to play. Chief concern against a side as strong and physical as Kazakhstan has now got to be to make sure they get through to the final without taking too many more hits. I want to be as fresh as possible for that match. Provide Kazakhstan with another opportunity to run at them here. First time Kazakhstan have started a phase of attack from inside the Indian half since the very opening minutes of the first half. This is where Kazakhstan need to hold on to the ball rather than trying to offload it. On this occasion, they do manage to. Indian defence up quickly. Now they've got to make their tackles stick, and they do. Trying to drive the Kazakhstanis towards the touchline. Kazakhs hold on to the ball. Stay in field. India chipping ahead after the Kazakhstani knock-on, and if this bounce works out for India, they will be going in over the line. In from the side from Kazakhstan, penalty India. They've got plenty of numbers on this right-hand side. Surely it's a case of who and not if scores. Not when I tempt fate like that. India knocking on, and real frustration from Pranav Vilas-Gavit. He knows that ought to have been another score for India. Final substitutions to be made here, you'd expect. As India await the hooter. They'll have to pack down once more against this strong Kazakhstani setter forwards. You have to give credit to India. They have actually lived with Kazakhstan at scrum time better through this second half than they were able to in the first. One more chance for Kazakhstan to launch something. They are at the wrong end of the pitch as far as they are concerned. Bringing this out from underneath their own posts as the hooter sounds out. There is a chance though. Great offload on that occasion. Nazan absolutely hitting his target. And he picks and goes himself, shoves off the first tackle and the second. Galloping down this right wing, busts through the third. The fourth sticks. This offload not quite as good, and India trying to hack the ball clear. It just stays in field, however, so Kazakhstan will have the opportunity to continue running at the Indians here. Up towards the 22, ball's released, so he can pick and go again. Referee signalling that the ball had gone backwards there within the ruck. Santurov isolated on this left-hand side, but a player of his physicality won't be too worried about that. Drops that one backwards. India trying desperately to get their hands on it at the ruck. And the referee spots a knock-on, which will bring this game to an end. Kazakhstan striving valiantly in the closing moments to get themselves on the scoreboard. Ultimately, the Indian defence holds firm once again. 28 points to 0. India emerge as the winners. They will be in the plate final. That will be coming to you at 3 p.m. local time. Sorry, 10 past 2 local time is the plate final, with the cup final at 4 p.m. India 28, Kazakhstan 0. Next up, Qatar against Malaysia. Multiple stoppages in that previous game mean that we roll straight into our next plate semi-final here. Qatar, their first appearance at the Asia Rugby Emirates U18 sevens, went winless yesterday. They will face a Malaysian side who nearly did enough to make the cup phase of the competition, and so will present another stern test. I'm sure that Malaysia will be keen to hit the ground running and make up for the heartbreak that they experienced at the end of day one. Qatar, I have had some players, including this young man Harry O'Donnell-August, who's shown some real potential in their ranks. They need a team performance here if they're going to overcome the Malaysians, who are starting incredibly strongly. Amar Siamin bin Noor Hamam, one of the stars of the weekend, is going to score with his first touch of the ball in this plate semi-final. He scored a try late in the first half yesterday evening against Chinese Taipei when it looked like Malaysia were out of the contest. That energised his team back into it. showing once again how crucial he is to this Malaysian outfit. What a leader he is as well. Just a little bit of a limp there as he approached the line. Malaysia will hope that was just him taking it easy and slowing down, and not that he's got some kind of strain. Malaysia aren't going to be able to score here on a loose ball. Knock on from them. So a Qatari scrum. Done on August, shapes to feed this straight out the back of the scrum. Qatar managing to drive through the Malaysian forward pack. A little grabber kick through here could sit up for Qatar. In mode Scheifel, another dangerous runner for Malaysia, able to get back and scoop the ball up. Malaysia trying to turn this into a counter-attack, just not able to hold on to it. So Qatar will have a scrum in a promising position. 5 metres in from touch and on the Malaysian 22-metre line. The kick play that they went for off the last scrum did create an opportunity. Perhaps given their proximity to the try line on this occasion, they might want to keep the ball in hand and see what they can create like that. String a few phases together. Loose ball, but that's, well, it looked like it was off the shin. Qatar might be able to play on. Not the opinion of the referee. So a promising position for Qatar comes to nothing. Pick and go from the base of the scrum, tackle missed by Qatar, offload just hits the floor, otherwise that would have been a try for Malaysia. So does the follow-up offload. Malaysia's still got a player down in centre field. It's not going to be too much of an issue. Bin or Herman is running around like that. Actually, I think that, apologies, might be bin mode Scheifel on this occasion. It's gone through. It is indeed. So tries from two of Malaysia's most dangerous runners. See play heading over towards the right hand side, and then bin mode Scheifel just stepping back to his left. Calm agility and presence of mind. From there, hit the jets and went under the bar. Nice hanging restart. This from Malaysia allows their chasing runners to get underneath it, but Qatar initially emerged with the ball, not able to look after it. Malaysia will have another opportunity here. The fake from Bin Noor Herman, and then a lovely step as the sweeper came across. And this will be Malaysia's third try. Bin Noor Herman continuing his rich vein of form, finding it a little bit easier as well with the plate opponents that Malaysia will face today. Just really good awareness. But, just slowing his pace down and stepping back inside against the momentum of the sweeper was always going to give him the advantage. And set Malaysia up for the easier conversion as well. They go slightly longer and more central on this restart, which is easier for Qatar to deal with. That's good ground gained for Qatar. Just got to look after the ball here. Nearly throwing the interception. As I say that, wouldn't have mattered. They had the penalty advantage for Don August, as he did every time Qatar had a penalty. Yes, they goes quickly, and Qatar now with a great opportunity, and they will surely score here. The cover defence from Malaysia, absolutely brilliant. Forces the turnover through the knock on. Qatar, they really should have finished that one. There was an opportunity in the shadow of half time to get themselves back into this game and have a shot in the second half. And what will Malaysia choose to do here? It's just 5 metres out from their own try line. Time up in the first period. The safe option would be to win the scrum and kick the ball out. But they've been full of attacking flair, and they are going to try and run it from their own line. Just the handling error that prevents them from doing so. So we will go to half time. Qatar 0, Malaysia 19.
We good shit that first half. We should keep ourselves disciplined and make sure we put in the work to get over that line, okay boys? Last 7 minutes. Last 7 minutes, lads. Fucking bring that scoreboard back to even and beat them, okay? Last 7 minutes. Go boys! So we can do shit again.
Kazakhstan and the referee ready to get the second half underway. The Malaysian coach just wanting another couple of moments to prepare his side for the onslaught that they will face in this closing 7 minutes of the semi-final. Qatari coach, well, we heard him tell his team that the scoreboard was even, to treat this as though they were level with Malaysia and to win the second half. To win the game, they will need 3 converted tries and to not concede any more. Losing the ball forward off the restart isn't going to help them with that aim. Wild pass from Malaysia is actually going to lead to an opportunity. Qatar should have been able to make that tackle. They could not. And it is a lovely try for Malaysia through Mohamed Razoli, Mohd Rizal. And it was Mohd Rizal, who you may remember yesterday, went on a roller coaster of emotions, knocking the ball on in his own 22. Malaysia had a good opportunity to try and build something. He thought then that he may have lost the game for his team. Moments later, he was scoring the try that put them ahead in the final minute against Chinese Taipei. They ultimately did come up short in that one. But he's finding his way over the try line once again for Malaysia's 4th try. Dancing feet from Nizam and a wild offload. Everyone wants to be able to play like Fiji. But it's not quite as easy as the players from the Pacific Islands make it look. A line out for Qatar. We'll make a change. Sending Mohamed Yassin Negreedi onto the pitch and into this lineup. Qatar opting not to lift on that occasion. Shaping for the kick to try and create a gap in the defence. And then losing the ball forwards. So Malaysia with an opportunity. Centre field inside the Qatar 22 to unleash their backs once again. Shared the scores around their most talented players so far. Mohd Rizal, Bin Mohd Shaiful and Bin Noor Herman each scoring. Free kick at scrum time to Malaysia. And it is going to be another try. Qatar, their own worst enemy at the moment. That infringement there. Allowing Malaysia to run over fairly unopposed. I'm afraid that we don't have a number 9 on the team sheet we've got for Malaysia. So I'm not able to let you know who the scorer was on that occasion. But a well taken opportunity. Another change for Qatar. Hassan Mohammed, Hassan Ajafali Animi coming on. And again, an error from Qatar. Frustrating for them, frustrating for their coach on the sideline. He did give his boys the simple aim of winning this second half. It seems much easier said than done at the moment. They've already conceded 2 tries in it. Malaysia have looked dangerous every single time they've run with ball in hand. Scrum will be reset here. Still bit unsteady, but on this occasion it is able to go ahead. Malaysia looking to weave around the outside and unleash the speedster Nizam on that right wing. He provides himself as an option back inside for Shafi, and now Malaysia throwing it over to the left, and just a good transference of weight from Shah Nizam to bring up Malaysia's latest score. Farouk Iqbal Shah Nizam, that is, he has scored on this occasion. That's latest conversion attempt, troubling the upright, but not the assistant referee's flag. Lovely step back inside from Sharon Nizam. No show and go as well, just for good measure. Opportunity for Qatar now. Tap on halfway, August O'Donnell takes it quickly. Qatar being driven back right now. Need to compose themselves. Get a good couple of hits up in the first few phases. Donald August decides to kick ahead, handing possession back to Malaysia. Just about stay in field, just about keep control of the ball and create a 3-on-2 here on the left hand side, which they will inevitably convert into another score. It's now the kind of processional encounter that we're more used to seeing from the Japans and Chinas of this competition. It'll give Malaysia huge confidence to put in a performance like this ahead of their plate final. Sharon Nizam scoring a second there. And their first conversion of the second half, Malaysia bringing this match to an end. Qatar not really able to fire any shots in the end. They will head to the 7th-8th playoff. Having lost this one, they'll face Kazakhstan there, while Malaysia will go on to face India in the plate final. So those games coming to you at 1:45 and 2:10, starting off with the 7th-8th playoff and then the plate final after that. Two more games in this phase. Cup semi-finals, starting off with Hong Kong, China against Chinese Taipei. And then the home team in action once again, China facing Pool B winners Japan. Those two games coming up for you in just a few minutes' time.
Go. Go, boys, just fucking get on. Let's go now, boys.
Well, I've mentioned the thriller ended day one with Chinese Taipei and Malaysia. Saw Chinese Taipei win after the buzzer to get themselves into the cup competition. They'll be full of confidence after that. But so too will be Hong Kong China. Almost flawless through the pool phase yesterday. Their toughest test came when they played China. They came through that one with aplomb as well, taking the honours 26 points to 14. And that will be crucial, the fact that both teams in fact know that when they come up against their sternest tests, they are able to come through and deliver. So we've got a fantastic contest ahead of us here. Chinese Taipei on the attack first of all, trying to run this one out from their own 22. At the moment, the Hong Kong China defence pinning Taipei back in their 22 and winning the turnover as well through Thomas Hand. And they're going to bust through here on the right hand side. First score of the day for Hong Kong, and it comes courtesy of Ryan Schroeder. And textbook stuff from Hong Kong China. Their defence not giving Chinese Taipei an inch. Sensing the opportunity for when to poach the ball, and then an energy efficient try, just a couple of phases down the right flank to go over and get the first score in this one. And they're going to score again here at Hong Kong China. Feeling really well with the coughed up ball at the restart. Matthew McQuaid heads over. Sorry, that's Luca Cavana that scored that one. Version scored as well. Taipei just under so much pressure, trying to clear their lines there. Spilling this one backwards despite sending the jumper up in the air. They have at least secured possession this occasion, and now we'll try and run the ball out from their 22 down this left flank. Happy to fling the ball wide early on in their possessions and beating the tackle here up to halfway. Hong Kong possibly overcommitting players to that ruck, which will create an opportunity on this near side. Fantastic last ditch tackle there, just to hold Hong Kong. China in it for the moment, and then the ball lost by Chinese Taipei. The attack comes to an end, but more promising from them on that occasion. The third possession, the first one that has taken them up to the middle of the pitch. And fires this one out off the base of the scrum over to Kavanagh. So 22 already. Loose pass. But, Phillips able to turn and for a moment just about regain control. And then he does lose it forwards. Chinese Taipei, for the first time, shut down a Hong Kong China attack without conceding. That will give them confidence. Now they need to turn that confidence into points as Chen Han Chang feeds the scrum. Back out there, 22 are Chinese Taipei. Do have numbers if they can get the distribution here, and they'll be going up the right wing. The kick ahead. It's going to be a race between the two players chasing that there, and it's Hong Kong China who win it, but then a good follow-up tackle from Chinese Taipei, and they've got players around the ruck to win the penalty as well. They're not going to be in a rush to take this one. They'll make sure that their full complement of attacking threats is up and ready to contribute. In fact, they're going to call for the scrum as well. Hong Kong China may have had the run of the game so far, but it's only 12 points that they've notched up on the scoreboard. Chinese Taipei can get themselves back in this game very quickly if they can turn this scrum to a proper attacking opportunity. Hong Kong China, the more dominant team in that scrum, but Chinese Taipei getting the ball out and back up to the 22 now. The ball was out though. Hong Kong China with the turnover, and they do have numbers on the left hand side, choosing to kick instead of pass, but actually it's going to work out for Hong Kong China. Just comes down to the bounce, and then there was support there. The pass should have gone earlier than it did, and that's going to allow Chinese Taipei to get their hands on the ball when it was out. So now it's their turnover, their opportunity to counter-attack as a result. Sheng'an Wu, the man breaking down the field, and he's got support in the form of Xu Han Kao. The pass is loose. Play, it seemed for a moment, had been allowed to continue by the referee. He hadn't blown the whistle despite the hooter having gone. Chinese Taipei just wanted to make absolutely sure that the referee has called a halt to proceedings here. And he has. The hooter has sounded, but the half is not quite at an end yet. Chinese Taipei with their most encouraging attack so far. What will give them great confidence there is that they managed that on the counter-attack. Yes, they'd coughed up an attacking opportunity in Hong Kong China's 22, but it looked like Hong Kong China were nailed on for the score as they broke down the field. Chinese Taipei's defence scrambled effectively. They won the turnover and they were able to break downfield. So they need to pick up in the second half where they left off there, because the referee has now confirmed it is going to be half time. And the break comes with Hong Kong China leading 12 points to 0 over Chinese Taipei. Well, it is a two-score game. That's two dangerous attacking sides head back out to resume their contest here in our first Boys Cup semi-final here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship for 2025. Chinese Taipei kicking down into the Hong Kong China 22. Hong Kong China's 2 tries so far have come when they've started attacking in their opposition's 22, but this one is going to come from a wonderful kick play where the bounce just favoured Hong Kong China, and Oliver Fisher able to run onto the bouncing ball, and it's really going to sting Chinese Taipei. Just when it felt like they might be getting a foothold in this match, a score from almost nothing from Hong Kong China moves them further away from their opponents. 17 points to 0 now. Apologies, it's Ryan Schroeder who scored in the first half, who showed the pace and was able to take full advantage of the bouncing ball to head over for his second. Knock on from Hong Kong China as they attempted to reclaim their own restart. Chinese Taipei, they just have to convince themselves that this game is not beyond them. They know that they can mount a comeback, but this is going to be a bigger one than they had to yesterday against Malaysia. And they're not going to be able to do that when their chasing runners are offside at the kick and they give away the penalty. So they're going to have to come all the way back, face another Hong Kong China attack from inside their own 22. Hong Kong China calling for the scrum. Big prop on the near side for Hong Kong China, just losing his footing. But it doesn't stop them from winning the scrum and advancing to 5 metres from the Chinese Taipei line now. Just trying to spread that ball wide, but not able to hold on to it. And Chinese Taipei won't have their score sheet troubled on this occasion. Another scrum in an almost identical position to where Hong Kong China just fed theirs. Picking and going from the back of that scrum. Good hands from Chinese Taipei. It's got them out there 22 and then lost on the ground. Hong Kong China can counter here. They've got numbers to the right hand side. They go for the physical hit and then through the hands will be a score over on the far side that will ice this game with 2.5 minutes to play. Benjamin Marks, the latest man to score for Hong Kong China, who can be confident now of heading towards the cup final. They will face either China or Japan. Chinese Taipei into the 3rd place playoff. They can mount a stirring comeback. Hong Kong China doing well to retain possession. Bouncing ball just allows Chinese Taipei's defensive line to get up a little bit faster there. Good offloading from Hong Kong China keeps them moving forwards into Chinese Taipei's 22. Just being held up in the tackle. Back to the right, good line speed from Taipei. Now our numbers on the right hand side though, and at the moment Chinese Taipei just unable to find an answer to keep Hong Kong China out. Hugh Hand over for their latest score. Seb Atkins just finding the left hand post on that occasion. It's a good attempt on the conversion. So we see Hand score once again. Classic Sevens restart there. A grubber kick along the ground, sensing that there was no one at home for Chinese Taipei who was going to be able to shut down that opportunity, but then holding the ball on the floor, so Chinese Taipei win the penalty. And they want to salvage something from this game. Not going to with passes like that. Got a turn and burn here, that's worked well. Just not able to free the hands to find the winger. But they have an overlap on this right hand side with the Hong Kong China defensive line not quite set. Good fake, and still they come, Chinese Taipei. This is their best opportunity of the second half. They just need to keep the ball in hand, keep it in field, and they're not able to do that. Attack breaks down once again. An all too familiar pattern for Chinese Taipei. As the hooter rings out. They'll have to defend one more Hong Kong China attack. And the way the boys from Hong Kong China have played in this second half wouldn't bet against them, ratcheting up another score here. As it is, Seb Atkins says that's enough of that. we're in the cup final. Let's call an end to this one. Get ourselves focused on the big dance to come later this afternoon. That will be the final match of the day, the final match of the weekend here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Coming up at 4 p.m. local time. Hong Kong, China have stamped their ticket to the game. In just a few minutes' time, we'll be finding out who joins them. The home team, China, or the winners of Pool B, Japan.
就是他们踢他们打对手，打对上了。好，这场给我发力全力，气势不能输，全部力气都放里面。比分不重要，比分落后1分，狠一点，硬一点。但是冷静下来，冷静下来，千万不要急，冷静中带着火，好吗？好，别想一口把他们吃死。趴后，趴后。配人都做好，磨出气质，先打出气质去，磨死。上压的时候，先拿好球权，不要出那么快，咱们先别让考察防里边，防外边，要不里边跟不上防守，你可以往里收，不要收太多，往短一点。外边压，我说你第一场啊，明白？把球权放好，不要瞎搞。OK， 看住他们不求人啊！再开着接，看住他们，开，有能开。往开哪？这边往那边开身子，我干。小兵，可以离近点，全身的，开身的。哎，慢点，我先去干。你帮我。我给你补一边，我能开中间。那你
站那边，那你站左边吧。哎，那前面看。打招呼，打招呼，打招呼，打招呼，打招呼，打招呼。加油！加油！
The home favourites warmly greeted to the pitch here in Hohhot, winning all but one of their matches yesterday, coming up short to Hong Kong, China in their second game of the day, 26-14. They'd already racked up a win 36-0 against India, returned to winning ways in their final match of the day, 59-0 over Qatar. So they'll be coming in bouncing from that one. Japan, no one troubled them yesterday. Wins 31 points to 5 over Chinese Taipei, 47-7 over Malaysia, and then ending the day with a 64-0 win over Kazakhstan. This is going to be a wonderful contest between these two sides, and it is Japan that we see with the ball first of all. Big hit coming in from China there. Japan already finding it slightly tougher going than they did against any of their opponents yesterday, although it might be because the Chinese were offside. Penalty Japan. And this will allow them to get outside their 22. Good footwork here, could create a try scoring opportunity. The breakdown field as it is, China just scramble quickly enough to shut it down, but still Japan are coming through Kenshin Akida. And such quick ball from the ruck, not hanging around whatsoever, makes it so much harder for China to defend here, but that ball thrown just forwards, and so Japan's attack will come to an end 10 metres inside the Chinese half, and their East Asian opponents will have the opportunity to show what they can do in possession of the pill. It's been interesting first scrum here to see who has the upper hand in this critical area of the game. It's fairly solid from both sides, and China were able to provide good quick service to their backs, which has already got them inside the Japanese half. As well stepped back inside there from Cheng Lin Han as he edged towards the touchline to keep this attack moving forwards for China. Slow ball at this ruck though, they're not quite getting the same speed of play that Japan were able to, and the Japanese line speed forcing the error here, able to take quick advantage until they lose control of it themselves. So Japan's first attack carried them from their 22 over halfway. China's first attack keeps them in the neutral zone. Advantage Japan at this stage. Soon Hidemichi Fukuda picks and goes after feeding the scrum. It's already up past the 10-metre line. China having to deal with the play coming back against them here. Japan showing real ability to vary their point of attack. That final pass was very flat, but it is allowed and it is going to lead to a try for Japan. They strike first in this cup semi-final. Kenshin Akida. The extras added as well. China 0, Japan 7. 4 minutes into this semi-final. Japan able to contest their own restart. It was Chinese hands that knocked that one back into Japanese arms, and so Japanese able to go again straight after scoring, and they will double their tally here. Underneath the sticks goes Ishin Murata. $14 points to the good now, Japan, as we see this try once again. China just not able to complete that tackle. They really ought to have done. 2 defenders in position there to execute it. Japan taking full advantage. And already a sizable gap between the two teams. They once again make a nuisance of themselves on the restart. Didn't look at forwards on this occasion, so China are able to come away with it. Really got to make the most of this possession here. Weren't able to get properly into the Japanese half the last time. Shin-Yu Kui ends up winning a penalty for China, which Japan didn't release after the tackle was made. The referee signalling that there's a head injury there, and so the Japanese player needs to be replaced. Just telling the Chinese that they're going to have to wait for a moment before they can take their penalty. Due to the Japanese injury, China have elected to take the scrum. We know that these two nations will contest the Girls' Cup final at 3:30 this afternoon. Only one of them will be able to make it in the boys' competition. The home crowd would dearly love it to be China. But if they're going to do that, they're going to have to do so from behind. 14 points adrift of Japan as they win the scrum. But making it easy for themselves there. Fei Shan dropping the ball backwards, having to turn and collect it, and then a loose pass, and referee signals that it goes backwards, so China do still maintain possession, and Japan only have 6 players in the line there as the defenders was having to rush back. But the second loose ball from China is going to lead to a 3rd try for Japan. Sprinting up the right wing, and it's one-way traffic at the moment. It's the East Asian derby. Future stars of the Brave Blossoms earning that nickname. The play that they have continued to show from yesterday's pool performance. Another conversion hits the post from far out. We've seen quite a few of those happen over the weekend. Two teams all head into the huddle, with Japan leading 19 points to 0. China having to script a big comeback job if they're going to match the achievements of their girls team and make it to the cup final.
前锋，5号小米，6号二飞。太久了，该吧？
As we see the Chinese score once again. Error on the restart from China. Not what they would have wanted. They've just given themselves an opportunity in this cup semi-final to get back into it. 14 points down still to Japan at this point in time, and giving Japan a free kick on halfway and an opportunity to run the ball back at them is not what they will have wanted to do. A beautiful pass out towards this right wing from Japan, and it is going to be another try, their fourth of the match, and this one comes through Jace Kairi Tanaka. Delighted with that score, and he hands the ball over to Shun Miyashita, one of the architects of the score. Japan moved to 24 and immediately cancelling out China's try just a few minutes ago. Miyashita's conversion attempt falls just short of the crossbar. And we see Tanaka's pace on the wing, despite the best efforts of Cheng Lin Han to keep him out. China committing the cardinal sin of a comeback job, conceding immediately after their own score. Means they just have to do the job all over again. And they want to be more careful than that as they receive a restart. They're lucky that that ball being slapped back a couple of times ended up in Chinese hands once again, because Japan nearly had the interception. Switch play here. Got to be wary of not crossing behind one another. The kick charge down, and Japan will run back at the Chinese here. It's Tanaka once again. Numbers to the left-hand side. China having to commit so many players to that last breakdown to stop the Japanese threat. And space on this left wing. Dancing feet. And another try for Japan. Under 2 minutes to play in this second cup semi-final. Japan look to have done enough. It is their toughest test that they faced through the weekend. It's going to set up a mouth-watering cup final between them and Hong Kong, China. Well, the People's Republic of China will face off against Chinese Taipei. So the East Asian nations in this boys' competition really showing their dominance. Traditionally the heartland of rugby within Asia. And even with these future stars of the game still proving to be that. But it is great to see the performances coming from teams like Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Qatar. Forward pass there from Japan. It's the only thing that saves China from conceding another try, because the Chinese defence didn't look to be getting anywhere near the Japanese runners on that occasion. China winning the scrum comfortably and going for the early kick. 4 players, 2 from either side, herring after it. And while Japan win the race, it's good defence from China to be up there to make the tackle immediately, forcing the ball loose as well. And they are going to be the beneficiaries of that. Japan just wrestling the Chinese over the touchline. And Hohhot having already sounded means that will be that in this second Boys' Cup semi-final. Japan taking the spoils. They will head on to face Hong Kong, China in the final match of the weekend at 4 PM local time. For China, what awaits them is the 3rd place playoff against Chinese Taipei. See the disappointment that they weren't really in the competition in this latest match, despite their performances through the pool phase. It was always going to be tough with the pedigree that Japan have in sevens and in the men's game. Japan 29, China 5. We're going to take a short break here with Malaysia having no opponents in the girls' 7th, 8th playoff, and we'll be back with you for the plate final, 5th, 6th playoff between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in the girls' competition. That one is at 1:20 local time, so in half an hour's time. Get yourself something to eat, something to rehydrate, and join us for our final 7 games of the weekend. And we're going to have some wonderful clashes in that, as our celebration of the future of Asian Rugby Sevens continues here. the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025 finals just half an hour away.
啥用啊？
Hammamiz bir xil aytadi. Hi. Thank you. Ayağımda nefes alıyorum.
Here we are at the sharp end of the competition. We have 7 more games to bring you from the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. And we start off with the women's 5th, 6th playoff, and we will get a plate winner from this game. Malaysia already confirmed in 7th place after their loss to Kazakhstan at the start of the day. These 2 Central Asian nations will go head to head in their quest to win the plate here in Hohhot. It's Kazakhstan in the white, kicking off to Uzbekistan in the light green, and Uzbekistan are going to have the first opportunity here with the broken tackle. It is a case of winning the race, and a little bit of a helping hand from the Uzbekistani teammate there, just getting in between ball carrier and the defender. Uzbekistan do get the try. We'll get the confirmation of the scorer. I believe it's Hohhot Olimburganova. He's got that one for Uzbekistan. You see the step back inside, the sparing hand, trying to make the stop. Uzbek athlete making it all the way to the line. Olimburganova opens the scoring in this plate final, and then Kazakhstan conceding the error straight off the restart. The restart was too long for Uzbekistan to put in a convincing chase on it, so an unforced error from Kazakhstan to knock that one on. Rozboeva will feed this for Uzbekistan. We'll be trying now to add to their first score. Good tackle from Kazakhstan. Pushes the Uzbeks back a little. The offload is loose and it's going to end up in Kazakhstani hands, and they will be able to counter from here, and this could be a score for Kazakhstan if she has the pace to go all the way to the corner. Great covering tackle. Still Kazakhstan pouring forwards. A supporting runner is there and she is over the line, and Kazakhstan are going to level things up. Pulsating start to this plate final in the girls' competition. And already the players blowing a little bit. End-to-end stuff. Only 2.5 minutes in, onto both ends of the pitch. We've got to try a piece. Both conversions missed, so all locked up at 5-5. There's the offload off the ground. It allowed Marina Chervayakova to score Kazakhstan's first try. Uzbekistan, well, they didn't need to even worry about a ruck when they went and scored their first try. They're not going to here either. The offloading game working well for them, and they will get their second score. Barely any more effort expended than they did to get their first. Gusanam Orozboeva, the scrum half, willing to go over on this occasion. She's also going to attempt the kick from far out on the right touchline. Not an easy one for a right footer, this. It's not going to be successful. But nevertheless, Uzbekistan lead 10-5. So we see again as the offload. Just as Yangi Boeva was going to ground. Kazakhstan. They do have space on this near touchline. The Uzbeks tracking across really well to force play out over the touchline. They take the throw quickly. There was a little bit of confusion there. I think all of them were quite on the same page about taking it quickly, but it could lead to an opportunity over on the far side if only the pass had been a little more accurate. So Kazakhstani scrum to come on their 10-metre line. Free kick, Kazakhstan. Foot up from the Uzbeks. Loose ball. Spatipek tried to find a supporting runner. She's just being held still there, not pulled to ground. And the referee thought that the Uzbeks should have released Batipek. The tackle had been made, and so she penalises them. Kazakhstan 5 points down at the moment. Trying desperately to get into the Uzbek half. Loose balls like that are not going to be the way to do it. I think there was yet a hand in there from Uzbekistan, just knocking that one forwards as Nargiza Jumbayeva tried to take control of the ball. So still Kazakhstan will maintain possession. The Uzbek scrum powering through the opposition, but not legally, and so Kazakhstan have the penalty. If that pass had gone to hand, they had the overlap on the left as well. Come back. For a second penalty, Kazakhstan. The Uzbeks haven't retreated the full 10 metres. There are two over there for Kazakhstan, but they're occupying the same square metre of the pitch, which prevents them from exploiting the 2-on-1. Now they're able to go again with some offloading play. It gets scrappy, and that's going to bring an end to the half. Kazakhstan 5, Uzbekistan 10, but a really good contest between these two sides, both of them striving to become the plate winners of the girls' competition. underway in the second half. Uzbek restart going the right side of the 10-metre line and bouncing back towards them. It wasn't really contested by Kazakhstan, and it is going to lead to a breakaway for Uzbekistan. It's going to lead to their third try. Not the way that Kazakhstan would have wanted to start the second half. As Nagiza Jumbayeva goes over for the Uzbeks. They've not been able to knock over any of their conversions to this point, but this one ought to be a relatively simple affair, straight in front. Unfortunately not able to be executed either. But 10 points to the good now, Uzbekistan. Kazakhstani defenders just not getting close enough in their diving tackle attempts on Jumbayeva to actually slow her down. So she was able to run in largely unopposed. Speaking of running largely unopposed, Kazakhstan were making good progress towards halfway there until the offload. The eventual tackle by Uzbekistan, causing the ball to be knocked forwards. But after a quick chat between the referee and assistant, it's actually going to be a penalty to Kazakhstan. 2 tries behind now. They need to score next to stay in this contest. Two teams traded scores to open the first half. Will the story repeat itself in the second? Kazakhstan just not quite able to find the edge on that occasion, and then spilling the ball as well. Advantage Uzbekistan very much in this final. First score, a 10-point lead, and now possession returned around halfway. Tasia Mentseva comes on for Kazakhstan and heads into the scrum. Her first job is going to be to try and help her team win this one against the head. To gain possession back, the scrum wheels. Rozboeva looks back towards the scrum and decided the open side was the better option, and Uzbekistan showing the offloading ability has really been one of the difference markers in this match so far. Offside from Kazakhstan as the ball rolled out the back of the ruck there, and so penalty to Uzbekistan takes them up inside the 22 now. Loose ball. Jumbayeva gets her hands to it first. Another bouncing one. Uzbekistan just about doing enough to control it. Knocked forwards in the tackle there by Kazakhstan. So we'll have another scrum to Uzbekistan. Substitution coming from Kazakhstan, trying to change things up as they work out a way to get themselves back into this game. Just the one score in this half so far. Good scrum from Kazakhstan, but Rozboeva just about getting it out in time for Uzbekistan, who find himself on the 22 now, all stacked over to the right hand side. That pass dropped backwards. And so Kazakhstan will have the opportunity to advance their defensive line. The Uzbekistanis in front of the ball there, so no passing options available, keeping it very narrow for the time being. Shrugging off the tackler initially, and pulled down by the second and third. Back up to the 22 now, Uzbekistan. counter-rucking from Kazakhstan is good. And the referee just stopping play here. She wants to have a word with her assistant. He's raised his flag on this near side. He's seen something that she might not have been able to from where he was on the touchline. And it looks like it's going to be a penalty to Kazakhstan. But, Uzbekistani player had wrapped her arm around the neck of one of the Kazakhstani players, and of course cannot do that. And so Kazakhstan take the opportunity to kick the ball a little further up towards halfway and take the line out. Stankizi throws in for Kazakhstan. Wasn't straight, however, and so Uzbekistanis will have a scrum instead. Kazakhstan can't afford errors like that. If they are going to find a way back in this one, there's just about enough time left for the 2 scores that they need. They also need the ball. Right now, it's Uzbekistan who are in possession of it. And offloading again to try and find their way around that left edge. Kicking the ball out on the full from the ruck there, almost as though time was up. But you can see from the reaction of the Uzbekistani players, they know that time was not up, so an interesting decision there to go for that play. Let's use up some more of the time that is particularly precious to Kazakhstan. Back is launched high into the sky, and then Kostensky tries to spin through the tackles. It's going to be a penalty to Kazakhstan. Not only were there hands in the rock there from Uzbekistan, but they were also offside. Good progress made upfield. Uzbekistan struggling to make the tackle. Not on that occasion, though. A pick and go from the ruck, immediately collared by Uzbekistan. They will then give away another penalty, lying all over the ball and slowing it down. Cynical way to play at this point in time. You can understand it to a degree. Kazakhstan, they're not going to be able to win it from here, but they are looking like they might end with another try. There's going to have to be a conversation between the assistant referee and the referee as to whether Bakitsbek was still in field and she grounded that ball. It will be too little, too late for Bakitsbek and her Kazakhstani teammates if the try is awarded. But it will at least be a nice note for them to end on, despite coming up short in this plate final. They do receive the try from the referee. Bakitsbek will come back to try and add the extras, but the hooter has already sounded. So Uzbekistan will be confirmed as winners once this kick has been taken. It's not going to have the legs or the line. That is the end of that. Kazakhstan coming up short in the end, but Uzbekistan were winners of the girls' plate competition here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Great to see that the future of Central Asian rugby is in safe hands with the performances that these girls have put in over the weekend. They've done their nations proud, and it'll be a really valuable experience for all of them involved to have competed on the international stage against such quality opposition. Congratulations to Uzbekistan, your plate winners here in Hohhot in 2025. Up next, we're going to move to the plate finals of the boys competition. Another Kazakhstani team in action. They will face Qatar in the 7th-8th playoff before the plate final between India and Malaysia.
Remember what I said, yeah? Take it to heart, okay? We play, okay? Last game, last 14 minutes, give it your all, okay? Empty the tank, there's nothing left after this, okay? We can go home, we can eat, we can sleep, we can do whatever the fuck we want, okay? But now, we play some fucking good rugby, yeah? Alright, boys? Alright, let's go.
Just rest, guys. Don't get your head down if they score a try or if anything. Okay, we're gonna start from the beginning and we're gonna win this game in the first half.
Yeah.
We're gonna win this game.
I don't care what the score is, you're gonna play it until you're done. Okay? Wait till the fucking end.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Hocam.
That was on the pitch.
Hocam.
Hey boys, say hi to the camera. Say hi. Hey boys, say hi to the camera. Thank you. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Thank you.
Boys plate playoff to decide 7th and 8th position for the weekend. It is Kazakhstan against Qatar. both teams looking for their first victory of the weekend. They have struggled against some of the quality opposition that they have come up against. There is no shame in that. The teams that are occupying the cup final positions are all quality outfits, and so too have been India and Malaysia, who we will see in the plate final as well. But this will be a really valuable opportunity for each of Kazakhstan and Qatar to try and notch up that first victory of the weekend and take not only a huge amount of learning away from this competition, but also a result that they can savour as well. Kazakhstan throw long into this line out. Tarkan Nurzan receives and runs back towards the touchline. Lots of space on this near side now for Kazakhstan if they can straighten and give the pass, and they do. They just need the pace. Cuts back inside, and still Kurmayev able to run up and over halfway. There is space to the right, but they're not going to be able to use it as they give away the penalty. Qatar take it quickly through O'Donnell August. And then spilt forwards from Reece September. The break from Kazakhstan is going to lead to the try. Sultan Zanturov showed in the pool phase yesterday what a powerful runner he was. Largely shut down in the semi-final earlier today. His first opportunity with ball in hand, he went rampaging through the defensive line and up the pitch. Kabibulan adds the extras, and Kazakhstan lead 7-0 early in this 7th-8th playoff. Not going to require 10, so tap on halfway. And Qatar are finding themselves with the opportunity to strike straight back up to the Kazakh 22-metre line. Slow ball. Kazakhstani hands in there. So Qatar will have the penalty tap. Good offload, keeps this phase of play moving. The Qataris are just going to avoid doing that, running around and putting their teammates under immense pressure. So that's a hit that wasn't really deserved there. I mean, not from the point of view of Kazakhstan shouldn't have put the hit in, they absolutely should. That's the game of rugby, but it was a bit of a hospital pass for Qatar. And against such a physical Kazakh opposition, you don't really want to be putting yourself in a position to be lined up in the way that Bashar Osama Nafef Hamza was on that occasion. He's up on his feet now and feeding the scrum. He looks to be doing okay. Kazakhstan win that against the head. And already breaking up to halfway and already herring down towards the try line for their second. Kurmayev will score here for Kazakhstan. Showing a clean pair of heels. Race towards the line. Starting to exert their control in this playoff match. 14-0 they lead. A couple of minutes still to play in the first half. There's the offload. There's the pace. And here's the try. Kazakhstan go long on the restart. Qatar continue to be their own worst enemy. Not the right place to throw an offload. Lucky that Kazakhstan knocked that one on. And so Qatar will have the scrum. They were absolutely driven off the ball in their last one, however. So we'll need to be a lot firmer here if they are to maintain possession in what will be a very dangerous part of the field, to hand the ball back to Kazakhstan. Now we see Kazakhstan put the shove on immediately, but in the referee's opinion, and that of O'Donnell August as well, a little too early. So Kazakhstan's Qatar survive on this occasion. Slow ball at the ruck, creating more problems. And for the first time we see a Qatari player running back towards his own try line. Kick ahead. Could well work here for Qatar. All hinged on the bounce. They weren't able to control it properly. In fact, it's led to an injury as well. I believe that's Jake Cow that's down and in some pain there. So Qatar's best opportunity comes to an end just inside Kazakhstan's 22. Just a reminder of what is still to come today. We've got the plate final of the boys competition up next. India will take on Malaysia, and then 4 games from the cup competitions in both the girls and the boys will dovetail. 1 match of the girls and 1 match of the boys, starting off with the 3rd, 4th playoffs. It'll be India against Hong Kong for the girls and Chinese Taipei against China for the boys, and then the cup finals. Japan are in both the girls and the boys. They will face China in the girls cup final and Hong Kong China in the boys cup final. So they seek to do the double on their return to this competition. Weren't involved last year. So it's the UAE that won the boys competition. It's Hong Kong China that won the girls. Hong Kong China not going to be able to do the double in the girls competition. They went out the semi-final stage, so the best they can hope for is 3rd. Still just waiting for the injury to the Qatari player to be sorted out. We are now ready to get back underway. Renatuli will feed this scrum for Kazakhstan. A lofted ball. And then a forward pass on the buzzer from Kazakhstan. Lucky there that they were saved by the bell. Otherwise, Qatar would have had a wonderful position to try and mount an assault on their opponent's try line. Get themselves back into this match. Kazakhstan 14, Qatar 0 at the half-time break. Kazakhstan kick long into the Qatari 22. O'Donnell August flings the ball over to his right hand side. Qatar opt for the early kick and chase. Their best chance of the first half came from this situation, and their best chance of the game comes from this latest kick. But just as with the first, they were unable to control the ball on the bounce. And so they remain scoreless for now. Again, looks to have taken a bit of a knock as they went to ground, the Qatari player there, just as with his teammate on the kick through towards the end of the first half. Stronger scrum there from Qatar. Kazakhstani put in. And a good defence from Qatar, forcing the knock on. Johannes Oberholzer lining 3 September there to force that knock on. And Qatar, who have found themselves being driven back on their own put-in at the scrum, will need to get this ball in and out nice and quickly in order to give themselves the best opportunity of creating an attacking platform here inside their opponent's 22. Assistant referee just had something she wanted passed on to referee, and it's actually resulted in a penalty for Qatar, so they won't have to worry about the threat that Kazakhstan pose at scrum time. Just clinging onto the ball there. It's a challenging pass from Johannes Oberholzer, who then is thumped as the ball comes back towards him and he loses control of it. A story of the Qataris creating their own problems that prevent them from scoring continues. Just need more composure, more patience when they have the ball in hand to be able to earn the right to go wide, to run at this Kazakh defence. Kazakhstan leading 14-0. Hoping for their first win of the weekend to finish on a high. Tries coming through Britikov and Kormeyev in the first half. Britikov making a bust through the middle on the opening phase of play, and then Kormeyev sprinting down the left wing and around behind the posts for his try, both of which were converted by Qabibulan to give them the 14-point lead that they currently enjoy. To see Johannes Oberholzer back on his feet. Qatar have struggled with injury issues in this match so far. To be fair, the end of a long weekend of sevens rugby, playing your final match against the team with the physicality that Kazakhstan have on display. Injuries are an occupational hazard. So I'm being told to release the tackle player here, who then has to drop to the ground himself in order for play to continue. Good offload keeps this attack moving forwards and up to halfway. As Qatar struggle to bring the Kazakhs down to the ground, but the Kazakhs struggle to hold on to the ball. And so it will be a Qatari scrum. Scrappy nature of the match, certainly in this second half, indicative of the standard of play that these two teams have displayed on their route to this 7th-8th playoff. The consistency, the calm heads and the ball handling, all characteristics of the teams that have progressed to the cup phase of the competition. What a drive put on by Kazakhstan, but too early in the opinion of the referee, so penalty to Qatar. Then follow it up with the traditional knock on. Kazakhstan go to the blind side, and don't argue from Britikov, and he's still going and he finds the offload, and Kazakhstan now into the Qatari 22, still full of running. Qabibulan bears down on the line, but he just can't quite maintain control of the ball there. Being a well-deserved score for Kazakhstan following some superb link-up play between Britikov and Qabibulan. As it is, it will be a scrum to Qatar 5 metres out from their line. But Kazakhstan, well, they've got to look at this as an attacking opportunity. They do have physical dominance in the scrum. They just need to make sure that they stay on the right side of the referee's whistle in terms of when they put in their drive. The ball is signalled out there. Kazakhstan do have the opportunity to try and score from this play. All thrown wide. Leave to Karmaev on that left wing. Yes, indeed, he will score his second of the game. Kazakhstan move to 19. Conversion unsuccessful from Kabibulan this time. Just got a little too underneath it. Here we see Karmaev around the outside of Kirani. His outstretched hand was not enough to stop the speedster from that range. Substitution for Kazakhstan. In the closing moments of this 7th-8th playoff. In fact, a double substitution. Tuli back onto the pitch. Qatar trying to hit that one back. Netball style, volleyball style I should say. Another knock on and another injury. Leonardo Rafael Donacox back on his feet though. Uta has gone, so this will be the final play of the game. Once Kazakhstan have made one more substitution, really wringing every final second that they can out of this 7th-8th playoff. To make sure that all of their players get onto the pitch and enjoy this winning moment. Free kick Kazakhstan. Donald August just delaying his put-in. Nursan will continue driving forwards. Kazakhstan having to commit more numbers to the tackle. Penalty Kazakhstan. And again. And the advantage for them as well. Qatar did not retreat 10 metres on that quick tap. This could well be a sin bin for Qatar. The outcome of the match already a foregone conclusion, but Manuel Rees September will play no further part in this final play. Kozimov over the ball for Kazakhstan, who looked like it for a moment they were content to just kick that one out, as it is they're changing who will take the tap to Kabibulan. Rampaging through the middle, and they will finish as they started. Nikita Prutikov thumping his way over. On this occasion from short range, he opened from distance. Final try for Kazakhstan. Not only of this playoff, but of the weekend. They win the plate 7th-8th playoff 26 points to 0. Nice for them to close their account in China with one victory notched up against Qatari opposition. Qatar, while they were on debut in this competition, it was always going to be a steep learning curve for them, and in the end, even in this 7th, 8th playoff, they weren't quite able to get near the standards of their opposition. Kazakhstan doing exactly what they needed to throughout to manage the game well, take their opportunities when they came, and deserved 26-0 winners. Next up is the plate final, India against Malaysia, and those two teams ready to come onto the pitch now with that Kazakhstan-Qatar game. Quite a few stoppages, especially towards the end. Meant it ran over its allotted slot. Now for Malaysia, appearance in this plate final fortunately marks a step backwards from their 2024 performance when they finished 4th, losing the 3rd, 4th playoff to Sri Lanka by 3 points. However, it's worth remembering that there was no Japan, there was no China, there was no Chinese opposition on that occasion. For India, however, a big improvement. They finished 8th last year, losing the 7th, 8th playoff that we've just seen, 26-14 to Thailand. So a chance here to be plate winners would be a real marker of progress over the last year for this Indian side. Malaysia, as we've often seen from them, going for the early kick play because this is what can come from it. Bin Noor Herman, just an incredible attacking threat for Malaysia. Every single team that he's come up against has struggled to live with him. I believe he's scored in all of the games in which he's played. So inside the first minute, Malaysia leading 7-0. We watch one more time. It's also the fact that it's his own kick that he chases on most of the occasions. Really excellent performer. India securing this restart. The Malaysian defence is fierce, straight up in their faces. India breaking down the far wing. Scrum to India. And a penalty to India. Interesting timing of the pass. Caught unawares and having to check his run to take that catch was Sagar Prakash. Trying to avoid getting pulled into a breakdown here are India. Keeping the ball alive, and Prakash having to be involved an awful lot in midfield. That's perhaps why India were trying to avoid the breakdown. Malaysia really strong there and nearly affecting the turnover. Bharat Kisan gets out just in time, and over to that far wing, where Malaysia then steal the ball, and they're going to counter here. The Indian defence not set. This little kick through could lead to Malaysia's second try. Just not able to pick it up cleanly on the floor. And India will escape. Mohammed Haikul Ismail, the man to present Malaysia with the try scoring opportunity on that occasion. Hacking the ball through in the centre of the pitch, herring after it. Can be so difficult to scoop up a bouncing rugby ball under pressure from a non-rushing defender. Referee has just headed over to sort something out with the touchline manager. It's a change for India. They need their scrum to hold firm here. Just meters in front of their own line. That was a good one from them. Pass a little bit behind Maji, but he's done well to turn and collect it safely and then put in the clearing kick. The Malaysian line out as Nazmi just heads over to his forwards to check exactly what it is they want him to do when he throws in here. Malaysia will walk into the line. Mid-length throw, played off the top. And Malaysia looking to run around the outside of the Indians here. A switch on that far wing. Brings the ball back against the run of play. The offload keeping the play alive, and the kick ahead. It is once again Ismail running after it. And he manages to make the tackle just after India had taken that ball over their own try line. So some really good heads-up play early in the match from Mohammed Haikul Ismail. Present Malaysia an opportunity to score from the scrum here. You can see Ajit Nag just picking that ball up before it crossed the try line. And that's why it is a Malaysian scrum. Anas Zulkarnain Nizam throws himself over in this near corner to add to Malaysia's score. Simple stuff from the scrum. Each Malaysian attacker just lining up their opposite number, fixing them, and then timing the passes to perfection. Great score from them. Conversion nearly making it in from distance as well. So we'll see once again. Vidnor Herman. So often the man to go over himself for Malaysia, providing the final pass on that occasion for Nizam to score. Malaysia putting in a good chase on this restart, forcing the knock on, and as the hooter goes, Malaysia will score again here through Mode Rizal. He's having a fine weekend as well. half comes to an end. India 0, Malaysia 17. Looking good, the Southeast Asian side. India, however, they'll be frustrated. They've blown hot and cold in the competition over the weekend. Very nearly springing a surprise in the final round of pool action yesterday against Hong Kong, China. They would have hoped to be closer in this contest than the scoreline would suggest, and the tries would show. Comeback job needed in the second half. We are back underway in the boys' plate final here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Malaysia leading 17 points to 0 over India. Just keeping that ball in field, not quite. Nizam, who scored in the first half, chasing after it, just beat him to the touchline. And it's that kind of broken field play that Malaysia have really excelled with. So India will find themselves relieved that the ball ended up over the touchline. Let's give Hamram the throw in to Kisan here. Good strong run that, India. Closing in on halfway. Exploiting a 2-on-1 through Murmut on this near touchline. Penalty to India. In at the side, it's the call from the referee. Malaysia dropping 10. Change of minds from India. Marji setting play up on this left-hand side to send Bharat Kisan through and under the post. India scoring first in the second half. Crucial try that for them as they look to overturn a 17-point deficit in just 7 minutes of play. This is Sevens rugby, anything can happen, it can certainly be done. Starting off with an early 7. Not a bad way to go about things. Malaysia, well, they know this works for them. Going for the kick play, called back by the referee. The decision is going to be bin Noor Herman was in front of the kicker on that occasion, a little over eager to try and score his second of this plate final. So India find themselves with an excellent opportunity to score 2 on the bounce, and they will do here. Oh, what a last ditch tackle to save the try, but only momentarily. Pranav Vilas-Gavit finding his way to the line. Looked like a stunning piece of defence from Malaysia. As it is, India starting this second half with 2 tries. And they are right back in this contest. Conversion almost making it. 5 points between the two teams now. As I mentioned, India threatened to pull off an unlikely victory against Hong Kong in the pool phase yesterday. Malaysia, well, we've talked about the thriller that they played out with Chinese Taipei to end day 1. So neither side a stranger to close encounters, to dramatic moments, and we have another dramatic moment here. Just when India had got themselves well and truly back into this game, they give away a soft try. And now have it all to do all over again. Exhaustion, understandably, from Mohd Rizal. He scored in the first half and he's on the best part of 70 metres there to score that one. Good to see Sharon Nizam went with him all the way and was there to help him back to his feet. Conversion missed, however, so 10 points the gap between the two sides. Look at the commitment on Mohd Rizal's face. He knows how crucial that score could be, and he will hope, unlike the one he scored against Chinese Taipei yesterday evening, that this one does prove to be the winner for him and his side. But India able to set something up off the bouncing ball from the restart. Prakash, the offload is spilt backwards. That's a nice flick on, even if it does allow the Malaysian defenders to get there and make the tackle. A wild pass that Margie's not able to take cleanly. And possibly unlucky to have that ruled as going forwards. It looked like it did come backwards out of his hands. India playing a high risk game to try and get themselves back in to this match with only a minute and a half left on the clock. And it may prove to be their undoing. Referee calls time off as Malaysia make a substitution. They bring Ari Kanaki Benanur onto the pitch. He impressed on day 1 as well. So they do have a whole host of different attacking threats to this Malaysian side. He's getting a little caught up in midfield, running behind his own player. And so it is going to be an Indian scrum. Malaysian player drops to the ground. I think out of exhaustion rather than injury. The referee has headed over to have a look. There's a little bit more time of the referee's watch. And there is an hour clock. So this is not necessarily over for India, but they will need to score pretty much off this scrum to have a chance of restarting the game before the hooter sounds. Hebram injecting pace into the attack. The offload, good patience from Hebram, waiting to pick up that bouncing ball, and it's on now to Margie, who steps back inside. There is the hooter Malaysia will take the spoils in this plate final, but India wanting to finish with a final flourish. They're not going to be able to. Lost forwards on the ground there, and that is the win for Malaysia, 22 points to 12, and well deserved by them. They certainly can say they've been the best of the rest after the 4 teams that made it through to the cup side of the competition. So many players within their side are almost impossible to stop when they build up a head of steam. Such is their athleticism, such is their agility. But this Indian side, they've got a lot to be proud of as well. They really impressed at this level. It'll be a really positive experience for them to have travelled to Hohhot, to have competed against the oppositions that they faced. Malaysia are your 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Plate Champions. Congratulations to them. So we see some of the highlights of the match. Now move to the cup phase of day 2. We'll bring you the girls' 3rd place playoff, followed by the boys' 3rd place playoff before the 2 grand finals. They're taking place at 3:30 and at 4 PM local time. In just a few minutes it will be India against Hong Kong in the Women's Cup 3rd place playoff. third place playoff in the Girls' Cup competition here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. India taking on Hong Kong, China. I gotta say it's Hong Kong, China that have brought the vibes to the pitch every single time they've played. And they seem to be absolutely loving playing as a team together. And even more so when they're able to unlock defences in the way that they very nearly did there. As Hohhot, now the latest to take the ball up and try and break around the outside of the Indian defence. Closing in on the Indian 22 and receiving the penalty as well. Tap from Katie Hulbert. On to Hohhot. Indian defence though, showing good line speed, making Hong Kong China really work for this. And slipping off the tackle just at the crucial moment will allow Jenica Narag to run around and get Hong Kong China's first score of the game. Hong Kong China, of course, a country with such pedigree in the Sevens game, the hosts of the most iconic tournament in the world of Rugby Sevens. It's great to see the level that their under-18 girls team have been at this weekend. Tough loss for them in the Cup semi-final, coming up 38-0 against Japan. India, well, they lost by a similar margin, 34-5 to China. So both teams looking to bounce back from those losses in this third place playoff. It's Hong Kong China that have put themselves in the driving seat. India looking to strike back straight away, and if it weren't for that foot in touch, there was an opportunity for Anshu Kumari running down this near touchline. Hong Kong China not hanging about, taking the line out quickly off the top and working the ball over to the right hand side, and it is going to be a second score for Jenica Narag, second score for Hong Kong. India needing to find a way to stop Narag, needing to find that way pretty soon. So Hong Kong China looking pretty confident at the moment. Just a calm step back inside despite two defenders in front of her. Referee just waiting for Narag to get back in the Hong Kong China line. So they put in a high hanging restart and did deal with that well and managed to get the offload away. Sliding the options to the left, not the best. Ship it back towards the blind side where they will win the penalty. Saloni Kumari takes the tap and tries to inject some pace into this Indian attack. All just slipping backwards through the hands there. Still alive for India. Kumari involved again. Over to Anshu Kumari now. Three Kumaris in this side. Saloni wearing number 1, Alpana wearing number 4, and Anshu wearing number 12. India with the scrum. Murmu feeds and Hong Kong China driving India back, but the ball is out. And India are able to see what they can do with it here. It's over to Anshu Kumari on the far wing. She runs round the double try scorer. Chanaka Narag just manages to reach out with one hand and haul her in, but it's not going to stop India from scoring. They will go the distance. Arti Kumari getting over on this occasion. India, you have to say, right back in this with that try, just 5 points behind. Here we see again, it was that awareness that the blind side was unmarked. A little fake pump back inside was enough to wrong foot the defender and mean that no one was turning and catching Arti Kumari from that distance. Hong Kong China needing to run it back at India now. That pass right on the edge of forwards, but play continues. And somehow, Lizzie Stanton finding space on this near touchline and strikes back for Hong Kong immediately. She had so little room to work with there, to keep her composure, to keep her balance, to stay in the field of play. Really demonstrating the skill that she has. With the hooter sounding out, Hong Kong will head into half-time with at least a 10-point lead, depending on the outcome of this kick at goal. Just fades away to the left-hand upright. India 5, Hong Kong China 15 at the break. India know that they can do this. They are in this match. They are able to score against Hong Kong China. Their lives would be a lot easier if they had been able to shut down Lizzie Stanton on that final play of the half there. So Hong Kong China will be the happier in the huddle. Hong Kong China, having scored on the stroke of half-time, get us underway in the second period here of the Cup third place playoff. India with the first opportunity to see what they can do, close their deficit of 10 points to Hong Kong China. Penalty here will help them advance up the field. Switching play back to this near side. And they are going to get the opportunity to play 7-on-6 for the next 2 minutes. A deliberate knock-on from Hong Kong, China. India calling for the scrum. Rag just had to be called back into the scrum for Hong Kong, China. Mermu. It's this one out, and it's a 2-on-1 if India can execute it. They've not done quite as well as they should have done there. But nevertheless, Anshu Kumari is going to show enough pace to get around the outside. Two sweeping Hong Kong defenders trying to make the last gasp tackle and knock her over the dead ball line right at the end there. Great to see that kind of commitment from Hong Kong, China. Anshu Kumari has taken full advantage of the sin bin here and wrestled her team right back into this contest in the third place playoff. Raimani Mermu adds the extras. It is India 12, Hong Kong, China 15, and there is still time on the sin bin period. India scoring on their first play after the yellow card was shown. So they should feel confident that they could actually take the lead before Hong Kong, China return to full strength. They didn't put the restart in a place that they could challenge it, however. It allows Hong Kong, China to build up some speed, running it back at them. But holding on to the ball on the floor, Hong Kong, China are penalised, and India suddenly finding all the momentum is with them. They can't hold on to the ball there. A crucial moment where a pass over to the speedster Kumari on the right wing could have presented them with another try scoring opportunity. As it is, Hong Kong, China will be in no rush to take this scrum. Make a couple of changes as well. Sarah Harris joining the field of play. Hong Kong to feed the scrum. Just 3 players in the back line. Spurt backwards. Oh, the Indian blitz defence almost forcing the error from Hong Kong, China there. The tackle not made when it needed to be, and it will allow Hong Kong, China the opportunity to break a little bit. However, they're isolated. They are going. Look for a moment like the referee was signalling for a penalty. Actually, she's called a halt to the game. She wants to make sure that the Indian player that is down on the ground receives medical attention. That's the priority at the moment. Hong Kong will just get themselves into a huddle and regroup. Momentum is with India. Hong Kong do have all the necessary tools in their repertoire. Bring control back onto their side to defend this narrow 3-point lead. Structure heads onto the field for the injured Indian player. So we may have a slight delay to the game. Next matchup for you is the boys' third place playoff. Chinese Taipei taking on China. So expect the noise to ramp up around the stadium for the appearance of the home team, and then it's going to go up another level again when the China girls team take to the field in the Girls' Cup final. They will play Japan. Japan featuring in both finals. In the boys' one, they will face Hong Kong, China. So Hong Kong, China with an opportunity to pick up a third place finish in the girls and a first place finish in the boys. China, they have a chance of third in the boys and first in the girls. Japan know that the worst that they can do is second in each. So I have to say that the competition largely has been dominated by those three East Asian sides on both sides of the draw, both the girls and the boys. Still an opportunity here for India to upset the apple cart. This relates to the podium finishes. 3 points behind. They will be the ones to have the ball when play resumes from the looks of it. Saloni Kumari with it tucked under her arm there. As the Indian coach has a word with his team, imploring them to keep calm heads, reminding them that they have exactly what it takes to manage this comeback. They found themselves 10 points down before their first try. They were 10 points down at the break. They are only 3 adrift now. Hong Kong, China, sensing that this might be a little longer of a wait. They're heading over to the touchline and to the shade. India are going to do the same as well. Really has been a wonderful celebration of Sevens rugby this weekend in Hohhot. Great to see so many people turning out to watch the competition. I know it might look in some of the shots like this stadium doesn't have too many people in it, but it is a big stadium. Great opportunity for these young players to play in such an arena. And as you can see there are actually a lot of spectators that have travelled here. You can tell that any time that the Chinese team come out onto the pitch, the noise level just goes up such a huge amount. So much home support for their side. Asia, as we've mentioned, such a massive growth area for rugby. And while traditionally the team that has dominated Asian rugby has been Japan, this weekend has shown that there is immense talent coming through from all corners of the continent. You are getting the opportunity here this weekend to watch the stars of the future in the Sevens game, some of whom They also feature in the 15-a-side competitions as well. The other function of this weekend's tournament, as well as deciding continental champions, is an opportunity to determine seedings heading into the Youth Olympic Games qualifiers. The Youth Olympic Games taking place next year in 2026 in Dakar, Senegal, which will mark the first ever Olympic Games of any kind to take place on the African continent. It's going to be a historic occasion. Fantastic that Rugby Sevens will be a part of it. And it'll be an amazing opportunity for these players to manage to get there and to represent their country on that stage. Asia Rugby President Kweisui said before the weekend that the Under-18 Sevens is not just a tournament, it is the foundation of Asia Rugby's future. These young athletes represent the spirit of resilience, growth and unity across our continent. Hosting this event in Hohhot underscores our mission to take rugby to all corners of Asia, empowering the next generation on their pathway to global competition. He said this is the first opportunity to witness the next generation of Olympic and Rugby World Cup stars from Asia, a true first look at the future heroes of Asian rugby. He concluded by saying, as a vital pathway event, this tournament will determine team seedings for future international competitions, such as the pathway to the Youth Olympic Games 2026 Dakar. Play ready to get back underway. And it will be a scrum that Hong Kong China will feed, because it was the referee who called a halt to the game while Hong Kong China were in possession. And despite the long break, Hong Kong China coming out at speed. Perhaps a little bit too much of it though, as they spill the ball forwards, and so just a few seconds after the original scrum we will have another one, this time with India to feed. 2.5 minutes to play in this game, India in possession and just 3 points behind. This an incredible scrum from Hong Kong China, however, and if they'd just been able to control the ball at the base of it, could have set something up for them there, with the Indian players being driven backwards at a rate of knots. Instead, India will have an opportunity to try and control the scrum a little bit better on this occasion. Just about do. They were being driven back, but at least on this occasion they hold on to the ball. All their numbers stacked up to the right hand side. They just need to draw their markers and then make the pass. They are still going, and their line is set nicely to this left hand side as well. The missed pass taking away the 2-on-1 opportunity, but pace on that left wing. India just about clinging onto it. It's a knock on from Hong Kong China on the floor. At the moment, the Hong Kong team unfortunately doing everything in their power to keep India in this contest. Emily Fisher not able to take that one cleanly. It was difficult as she dived on the ball. It could have been a crucial stop if she'd managed to gain possession for her team. Scrum for India. Alpana Kumari to feed, and India need to hold firmer than they have done in the last couple of scrums. They do much better. Kumari picks and wraps around. Again, India just going a little bit too lateral here, but still keeping the play alive. They have a 3-on-2. Can they execute it? Oh, the final pass just dropped forwards. Muskan Piploda. So frustrating for India. We're inside the final minute. That could have been a winning score for the girls from India had they been able to hold on to it. As it is, Hong Kong China holding on with their fingernails to this 3-point lead. What a contest we have had served up in this third place playoff. And it's going to be a penalty to Hong Kong China at the scrum. Wheeling round too much for the referee's liking. And Emily Fisher is going to break down this right wing for Hong Kong China. She needs to find a little more pace here, but she is going to score the winning try, surely, for Hong Kong China. India devastated by that score. Hong Kong China absolutely delighted with it. Despite how much running the players have already done in this game, despite the distance that Fisher ran to score that try, it's great to see so many of her teammates following her all the way down the pitch to congratulate her. And Hong Kong China have done enough to hold on in this third place playoff and take the spoils. It wasn't the result they wanted overall from the weekend. They had come into this tournament as defending champions. They did win it last year in a year that neither Japan or China competed in. They weren't able to live with the level of those two teams. And they were challenged all the way in this third place playoff by India, who can be really proud of their achievements over the weekend. Indian rugby in a wonderful place right now, showcasing its strength, showcasing the talent that it has coming through its player pathway. The Sevens powerhouse of Hong Kong China ultimately taking the win in this third place playoff. We are going to go straight into the boys' third place playoff now. Chinese Taipei against China. See there in the back of the shot, a number of spectators in the stadium to cheer on both teams. It's China that will get us underway. They get us underway with a restart error out on the full. Really got every single bit of the connection on that ball. And so Taipei with the tap on halfway. Be the first team to show what they can do in attack, and they are going to score immediately. Herring away to go sliding under the sticks. Great start for Chinese Taipei. Chen Han Chang was the man who broke through the line. Jie Cheng Guo, who was just recovering from the previous play, was able to get back to his feet, drop behind Chang and receive the pass. He isn't able to convert his try though from in front of the sticks. Just sending his kick a little too low. Look at the commitment there. Head tilted back. Legs driving him forward, away from the chasing Chinese pack. Chinese Taipei into an early 5-0 lead. Oh, good carry. First time that we see China on the ball. Taipei trying to disrupt at the ruck there, but safely won by China. We will get the penalty here. Chinese Taipei lying over the ball, preventing China from playing it as quickly as they should have been able to. Xiao Binyu tells the referee that his side would like a scrum. Both these sides have shown impressive strength and physicality through the weekend, so this should be a really interesting contest at scrum time. In and out quickly. Yu over to be involved in the back line as well. And China make their first foray into the Chinese Taipei half. Still on his feet here. Just trying to draw the defenders out, create the gap. Yu. Chinese Taipei trying to hold him up. Two on one on this right hand side for China. And now over on the left hand side, they've stretched the Chinese Taipei defence really well to have an opportunity on one side and then to score on the other, using their edges to perfection. And they tie things up here. Xu Hangmi, having scored that try, will try and nudge China into a 2-point lead. It's not quite able to. It was always going to be a challenging kick from wide out on the left. So we see me over in the corner. Chen Wuhan Chang doing his best to get across. The overlap had been exploited perfectly by the Chinese. And the business end of this competition, dishing up some fantastic clashes for you wherever you may be watching. China knocking that restart back, giving themselves the opportunity to go after their second score. Pick and go from Jin Bao Gao. Over the head of Yu. China have done well to hold on to that ball. Seeing what they can create on this right hand side of the field. Another pick and go. This time from Sishu Ju. Looking to score in that same corner. They got their opener. Doing really well to string this many phases together. A slip just upsetting their momentum and allowing Su Henkao and Chinese Taipei in over the ball. The score will remain 5-5. Chen Huang Chang, such a powerful boot. That's that one just outside. It's 22. Chinese Taipei will have the throw in to the line out. They send Chang high into the air, winning that one comfortably for Chinese Taipei. They then spill the ball forwards. Advantage was being played for a moment, none coming. China will have to put in to the scrum in a great position, just outside our opposition's 22. Far enough in field that they be able to pick options either left or right off this scrum. The hooter goes for half time, a first half that seemed to absolutely fly by, such has been the contest between these two sides. Yao. And the break. And Jimbao Gao will put his team into the lead at half time. Just a missed tackle, proving the difference maker there. Though even if you're well set, Jimbao Gao at that range and at that speed would be a tough proposition to bring to ground. Xiaobin Yu adds the extras. And China, having conceded first up the opening phase of the game, find themselves leading 12 points to 5 at the break. Another brilliant contest being served up to you here. The Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. China with the opportunity to rack up back-to-back scores, scoring on the half-time hooter, and now they will receive the restart from Chinese Taipei. Kick it down into the 22, so they won't be able to contest it. They've got to make their tackles here, or China are going to run in unopposed. And it is Yu, who's been a superstar all weekend. He was just caught with the ankle tap, and his offload found Chinese Taipei hands rather than the red shirts he was looking for. Chinese Taipei then get a penalty as well. Just going to advance their progress downfield. Not surprisingly, they choose to go through the boot of Cheng Huan Chang. Marking this one just the other side of halfway. Kao to throw in Taipei. One against the throw by the People's Republic of China, who will look to break away here. While the Taipei defensive line is trying to get themselves set. Good hits in midfield from Chinese Taipei. But their defensive line is very narrow. China had the opportunity to create an overlap. Chinese Taipei scrambling just enough. China are bearing down on their 22-metre line. They're inside the red zone now through Xu Hangmi. Big stop from the boys in blue. Nice dart from China. And the pick and go to try and keep this moving forwards. But he's held up for the time being. And that is a massive moment for Chinese Taipei. The defence holding firm and getting the turnover. The ref is just going to stop the clock for substitutions to be made. And when we resume, Chinese Taipei will have the scrum. And successfully held up the ball carrier in the tackle. On comes Hao Yang-Wu for Chinese Taipei. This scrum almost in line with the posts. Comfortably inside Chinese Taipei's 22, so it is a dangerous one for them. They managed to win it comfortably and already racing up towards safety, although the counter-rucking from China is going to win them the turnover here. Tackle called. Taipei must release. They do. They have to go to work again. Chinese Taipei, having made such a monumental effort just a couple of moments ago. On this occasion they are let off by China, whose pass to me on this left wing ends up in touch. More subs being made. Bing Dong and Xin Yu Kui coming on for China. They'll be involved immediately in this line out. Now, in fact, it is going to be a scrum to Chinese Taipei. That was a knock on from me before the ball went into touch. Wu feeds the scrum for Taipei. Similar to the last one. Straight in, straight out. Good break here from Taipei. They may well win the penalty. China look to be off their feet there, but they managed to get the ball and play it quickly. And breaking down this left wing. Didn't back himself to have the pace, so kicked ahead. And that one's gone out over the dead ball line. Scoring opportunity goes away for Chinese Taipei. They are at least in the right area of the field as far as they are concerned. There just wasn't the support that Chen Hangchang needed on that occasion. Actually, the assistant referee to make sure that the kick had been made before Chang went into touch. So it's a scrum to China. Xiao Binyu to feed. Scrum holds firm. And a penalty to China. I haven't really seen either side overcommit at the scrum. I don't want to risk giving away penalties. Like the first one that has been awarded at scrum time, as Chu Yu Wang comes on for China. Heading rapidly towards the final minutes of play here in this boys' third place playoff. China holding a 7-point lead. Remember, Chinese Taipei won a thriller yesterday evening against Malaysia. They were 5 points down with the clock in the red when they barged their way over the line to score there. In this instance, they would need a converted try just to draw the game. China trying to run this one out from deep inside their own 22 with some creative loops. Chinese Taipei just about shut it down. Good line speed again. China holding on to the ball. They will need someone in there to deliver it out to their backs. It's going to be a penalty to Chinese Taipei. I was just about to say how strong their defence has been all game and all tournament long, and it wins a penalty at the most crucial moment. They have the overlap here. They can't free the hands, so they need to get in there to the ruck. They will get a second penalty. Offside is the call, and China need to be careful here. 2 penalties in a row. Holding a narrow lead with time ticking away. Chinese Taipei able to score on this right wing through Hao Yang Wu. And this kick could level things up here. There is the hooter. The kick is missed, and that will be that. The celebrations for the People's Republic of China. They have secured 3rd place on home ground in the boys under 18 competition here. Absolute celebration from the Chinese players. Delight from the home support, but you can see the Chinese Taipei team absolutely gutted with that end result. They needed the kick to tie the game, to force extra time. They weren't able to get it. So China win this 3rd place playoff, 12 points to 10. Yet another incredible contest this weekend into the history books. And we've only got 2 more games to bring you. The cup finals in both the girls and boys competition. In 5 minutes' time, China and Japan will take the field for their chance to win the trophy that you see on screen now and become the Asia Rugby Emirates under 18s sevens champions of 2025. Neither China nor Japan involved in the tournament a year ago in the girls competition.
So now, captains listen to me.
So now you're going
Brilliant for them to have come in and immediately
for National FM.
competed at such a high level,
Flag.
having missed last year's tournament. We are just a couple of minutes away.
So all you're going like this. Ready, ready? Volunteers know when in way we need to be. Volunteers. You know what we need to do? You know what we need to do? Okay. 1 minute, final check. Some music. Manage. 5, 4, 3.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1, go.
Two sides entering the field of play. Japan in the red strip, China in the white. These players will feel a real sense of occasion here. Great to see a couple of players from the China boys team putting themselves up into the stands and holding up their flag proudly. We'll start with the anthems. First of all, Japan. The formalities out of the way. The anthem absolutely belted out by the girls from China there. We'll shortly get ourselves underway in this cup final. China against Japan. Final, I think anyone watching this from a neutral perspective would have hoped for. By quite a comfortable margin, the two best teams in the competition this year. They ran through their opponents in the pool stages. They backed that up in the semi-finals this morning. And now the ultimate test in this cup final to become under-18 champions of Asia 2025. Japan getting us underway and immediately chasing down a kick. China shifting the ball quickly from the ruck. Really the first time we'll see either of these two teams stretch to their maximum. Such is the standard of play that they have each displayed so far this weekend. That pass just going slightly awry from China. And a foot in touch as they try to recover it means that Japan will have the first true attacking opportunity. A line out just outside the Chinese 22. Safely won by Japan. And already they are into China's red zone. Trying to work something out on this left-hand side. Penalty for China though. And if you couldn't see which way the referee was pointing there, you'll certainly have known who the penalty was for, given the roar that went up around the stadium. As many people in watching this match as there have been all weekend. Great to see the popularity of Sevens rugby here in Hohhot and in China in general. That will be a big confidence boost to China to shut down Japan's first attack. Both teams having had a use of the ball, neither having scored from it. China just about holding on on this occasion. They're swamped after the scrum. And Japan infringing here, coming around and entering from the side. China choosing to go for the scrum with this penalty. Risky position too, just 5 metres out from their own try line, but good to see them backing what their scrum can provide them in terms of a platform. Just a word from the referee, she wants the scrum to be set a little more stably than it was on that occasion before the ball goes in. Picked from the base of the scrum by Yutong Chen. Still she's going. And from a 5 metre line to outside of 22. And got her team well out of trouble there. Although this defence from Japan is incredible. Real blitz defence, forces the knock on, and then the penalty. And they will have the ball just 8 metres from the Chinese line. They tap and they go. Weaving to the base of the posts, and that is the opening score of the game. First blood drawn in this final is Japan for Chihiro Ito. They get the go-ahead score. Which is converted as well. China 0, Japan 7. As we see this again, the tap. Just the swerve. Knowing that the post is going to provide her with an opportunity to place that ball down unchallenged from one side. Really good tactical awareness from Ito. A good chase again on the restart from Japan. As China have distance to travel with this latest possession. Get a bit of a blitz defence from Japan, shutting down the options on the outside as far as China are concerned. Keep having to step back inside. Nearly a break there for China. The tap tackle just coming in clutch at the right moment for Japan. Up to halfway now. It's China's best passage of play of the game so far. Japan making a nuisance of themselves at the breakdown. China dealing with it, still moving forwards. They do have numbers to this right-hand side. Needing to shift it wide, and they find Jung Ju-gi. And Jung Ju-gi is going to break the tackle, and she is going to go for China's score here. Just in the shadow on this right-hand touchline. She places the ball down to get China on the board. A chance for them now to tie the game with this conversion kick. Just going to miss to the left. Japan with a 2-point lead. 1 try apiece in this cup final, as we see again Gi stepping back inside and then busting through the tackle to run unopposed to the line. China's restart not functioning quite as well as Japan's, although the ball does in the end bounce just over the 10-metre line. Referee, however, not happy with the tackle coming in from China, so penalty to Japan. And with the hooter sounding, they're going to just nudge this downfield for the line out. 2 points ahead, clock in the red, the end of the first half. The score here for either side be such a massive psychological boost, regardless of the scoreboard. Getting to go in at half time off the back of a score. No numbers on that right hand side for Japan. Still trying to see what they can create. They'll come back now into the shade. China making their presence felt at the ruck there. It was a high tackle on the 10-metre line. The referee is going to bring play back for Onomi Shimazu with ball in hand. Tells the referee that Japan would like the scrum. We are going deep in this first half. Well into dead ball time now. Harada to feed the scrum, centre field. This gives Yu Tong Chen a bit of a nudge. and then weaves her way through. Japan just into the 22 now. Still working this short side, still driving forwards. And now they have a huge expanse of space to play into on this left-hand side. They keep it tight for now, the Chinese defence, up too quickly to risk the passing play. Can they draw and give here? It's one-on-one for the corner, and Japan are gonna win the race. Hinata Kawabe with the try for the Brave Blossoms. Well into dead ball time at the end of the first half. That extra effort has paid off for Japan. They extend their lead to 7 points. And now, two teams will regather, regroup, and plot their assault on the second half. China, the team needing to mount the comeback. Japan, the girls in control at the moment, leading 12 points to 5. As we see the opening try once again, darting around to place it down at the base of the post, and then Guy striking back for China. Just moments later, Japan then won a penalty just inside their own half. They kicked downfield, they worked it one way and then the other. They won another penalty around centre field and opted for the scrum. And in the end, they got their just desserts, scoring in the corner to stretch their lead back out to 7. Big shout from China. They stayed in their huddle slightly longer, perhaps having a little bit more that they needed to talk about, a little bit more that they need to think about in this second half. They have the greater task, 7 points behind. Sometimes it is easier to chase than it is to be chased. And they will hope to apply all the pressure on Japan in this second half. They will have possession and the advantage. The Japanese hand knocking that ball forwards as they try to gather the ball from the restart. So scrum to China. 15 metres in from touch, just inside the Japanese half. The pick and go, and China are going to level things up here. A piece of individual brilliance from Yu Tong Chen, spotting the gap around the scrum, darting through, and she was never going to be caught. She hands the ball over to Jikui Miao. Who duly converts 12-12 in this cup final, as we see once again Chen. To be fair, Japan gave her a pretty big invitation. It was not one that she was going to turn down. Just under 5.5 minutes to play. The two teams locked at 12 apiece. 2 tries each, 1 converted, 1 unconverted. China goes short on the restart. Japan knock it on again. Very similar patch of field to where Yu Tongchen just broke and scored from. Japan, they know what's coming. They cannot let it happen 2 times in a row. Yu Tongchen sucks the oxygen in. She's preparing herself for another dart. She's going to be involved again as the ball comes right to left for China, and it's now going to be China's turn to score in this left-hand corner. In fact, Xu Xuan Zhang managing to just turn and get a little bit closer to the posts. She puts China into their first lead of the game. Five points to the good now. Can they get this conversion? No, they can't. As we see once again, great defensive effort from Japan to try and deny the try, but Zhang just had too much pace heading to that corner. We knew this was going to be a contest. Both sides absolutely delivering at this point in time. That restart going short, but then eventually bouncing over the 10-metre line and finding itself in Japanese hands. And so play will continue. Japan trying to come away with it here on the near side. Ball spilling backwards does disrupt their momentum slightly. However, they've done well here to keep possession. Just as I say that, penalty to China. And they will be happy just to slow the game down a little bit here. They're 5 points ahead. They've got field position. They've got the put into the scrum. And the clock is now on their side rather than Japan's. Chen waits for the scrum to be settled before she puts the ball in, sees whether there is that option for her to dart through between the scrum and the first receiver for Japan. It wasn't on that occasion, and Japan managing to get the turnover here at the breakdown and win the penalty as well. So a great opportunity comes to nothing for China. Japan will use the opportunity to clear their lines. They've looked calm and in control throughout, including since going behind. This penalty kick takes them just up to halfway. Just wait for this line out until the subs have been made by China. Xu Yashan heading onto the field. Line out one by Akagi and Japan. A fake on the hard line in centre field. It's going to be another penalty. China not rolling away. Japan take it quickly. Good Chinese discipline after the penalty though to make sure they were back 10 metres and they're not giving another penalty away. Line speed from China, pinning Japan back. Only just inside the Chinese half now. Back to the left-hand side. China over the ball at the ruck, affecting the turnover, weaving to the outside. They already lead by 5, they're going to lead by 10 here. A hugely popular score around the stadium as Yu Tongchen throws herself over the whitewash for the second time in this cup final. She's exhausted. She's put in an immense shift for her team this whole weekend. Absolutely exemplified in this final. Conversion missed, but China lead by 10. And there is so little time left in this one. China may well be on their way to winning Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Time brought back on by the referee at this restart. China choosing to go a little bit longer on this occasion. They want to make Japan have to go the distance, and as the hooter rings out, the fans around the stadium erupt in cheers. They know that their team has done it. Even if Japan score now, the margin is too great. There is the knock-on. There is the end of the game. Your Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens champions for 2025 are China. And as their teammates run onto the field to embrace the 7 that were on the pitch for the winning moment, it is a massive, massive triumph for China, for their girls' programme. The future of Chinese rugby is very bright indeed, and a wonderful display here of sporting appreciation between the two sides as they line up, bow to one another and then shake hands, despite the desperate disappointment that the Japanese girls must feel leading for so much of that match. Looking in control, looking composed throughout the entire tournament, absolutely demolishing some of their pool opponents, but ultimately coming up just short in the toughest test of the weekend against the People's Republic of China. A huge victory for the Chinese girls in front of their home crowd, and they will take a moment here to thank those supporters. As we look back, some of the key moments in the game. Japan scored the first try of the match. China struck back moments later. They weren't able to convert, so Japan held a 2-point lead and then scored deep into red time at the end of the first half to stretch their lead to 7. China had it all to do in the second half, but this player here, Yu Tongchen, well, she is something very special, scoring there to tie things up. China then went again through Zhang into the left-hand corner before Chen got her second to secure the win for her team. Absolute delight mixed with sheer exhaustion as she threw herself for the line there. Nothing but elation from her teammates as they ran on at the end. There is their prize. They get to call themselves champions of Asia. And who knows where the team could go from here. The Youth Olympic Games in Dakar just around the corner in 2026, and the Chinese Women's 7 program continuing to grow in size and in performance year on year. One more game to bring you this weekend from an incredibly enjoyable tournament. It's being contested with brilliant spirit as well as Fantastic levels of skill by all teams. Japan might have come up short in the girls' final, but they have the opportunity to go home with some silverware in the boys. They will face Hong Kong, China. Again, just like the girls' final. It's the culmination of the competition that all the neutrals would have wanted to see. These two teams having played so well all weekend. Two standout teams in the boys' competition. Lots of support cheering these two teams on. Japan once again in the red, Hong Kong, China in blue. As they line up in the ever-increasing shadow of this near touchline, the anthems, formalities before the action on the pitch. Anthem of Japan played first before the anthem of Hong Kong, China. Two teams head in for some final words of inspiration and motivation before this cup final. You can see there the toll that the tournament has taken on Hong Kong China, their player in a moon boot and on crutches, and put his body on the line for his team this weekend. Hopefully a speedy recovery for him. Hong Kong China are ready to go. They will be kicking to Japan. Well, if this Boys Cup final serves up anything near as tense and as competitive as the Girls Cup final, then we are in for something special. That last final was a perfect advert for the game of Rugby Sevens, a perfect showcase for rugby in Asia. I'm sure this final will be the same. Hong Kong China with the line out, a lovely out of the back of the hand offload, no look pass from Ronan Tawa. Hong Kong China search for some space and some gaps in this Japanese defensive line. It is a penalty to Hong Kong China. Now there's a little bit of confusion there. Ishin Murata was convinced from what he'd seen that the penalty would be going Japan's way. No such luck for him and for his team. Hong Kong China opting for the scrum. Just short of the Japanese 10-metre line. Centre field. Good tackles made by Japan to prevent the kind of dart off the scrum that saw China take the victory in the girls' final, and instead it will be Japan winning a quick penalty, taking it with a tap and going the distance through for Kuda under the sticks. Just as in the girls' final, Japan score first. Kuda strapped up. Obviously he took a knock to his nose in the semi-final. He wasn't going to miss this final. Not going to give up his opportunity to play in an occasion as big as this, to represent his country on such a grand stage. As we see footwork, outwitted the Hong Kong China defence, and the pace that got him to the line just before Oliver Phillips could get across and make the try-saving tackle. Japan into a 7-point lead. Hong Kong China just clinging on to that one in the air. Now driving the ball forwards. Loose pass. Hong Kong China need to act quickly to hold on to possession here. They just about do, but Japan trying to hold them up and get the turnover. As it is, it's a penalty to Hong Kong China, and just like Japan did a couple of moments ago, they go quickly. They're not able to be as disciplined with ball in hand. Knock on in the tackle from Japan will give Hong Kong China a scrum. Still very much in the opening exchanges of this match, where the two teams, I'm sure they will have reviewed the tape of one another over the course of this weekend, but still getting the measure of their opponents at this stage, trying to work out where they might hold the upper hand, where the tiny advantages could make all the difference might be. Japan counter-rucking brilliantly there, winning the penalty. Last time they got a penalty inside their opponent's half, they scored immediately. This time just throwing the ball loose. They do have a player down and looking to be in some discomfort in the Hong Kong-China 22, which then provides a bit of an obstacle for his teammate to have to avoid. The offload game, though, working well here for Japan. And the step, and this will be a second try for the Brave Blossoms. A second try for Fukuda. Soon Hidemichi Fukuda. Well, if you're going to put yourself back out there when you're carrying an injury, as he obviously is, you want to make it worthwhile. And 2 tries in the opening 5 minutes would certainly count as that. Japan, 14 points to the good, and we're just going to have a brief pause here as treatment is provided to Ishin Murata, who still lies down on the ground in the Hong Kong-China 22. Japan, as I've said, have been a class apart on their side of the draw in the boys' competition this weekend. Just remind you of their results to this point. They beat Chinese Taipei 31-5 in their opening match of the tournament, followed that up with a 47-7 victory over Malaysia, and then finished the day yesterday 64-0 winners over Kazakhstan. So they really have racked up a load of points. And they only conceded 2 tries yesterday. And then in their semi-final earlier on today, they did concede another, but they also scored 29 points, winning 29-5 over China to earn their place in this final. Hong Kong-China's route into the big dance, where they opened their account 45-5 winners over Qatar. Backed that up with a 26-14 win over rivals China. And then they were challenged perhaps more than they expected to be by India in their final pool game yesterday, ultimately winning that one 29-19. And in their semi-final, they didn't concede a point, winning 27-0 over Chinese Taipei. So both teams coming into this final undefeated. Hong Kong, China, you would have to say the team that's been tested more, both by People's Republic of China and by India yesterday. Japan have arguably cruised to the showpiece game. Hong Kong China jumper just about returned to ground safely there, so play allowed to continue as Hong Kong China look to break out their own 22. So far all the play has been down in their half. It's good play there to find some space on the edge. Trying to drive through as Matthew McQuay. Advantage for Hong Kong China. And they go down the short side again in that step, creating space. And then just spilt forwards. And Japan will counter here. And Japan will score. The referee is just going to check with his assistant on this one before he awards it. He wants to go through everything that happened in the build-up. He is happy. Try is confirmed. Japan's third. They lead 19-0. Just as Hong Kong China look to be coming back into it with that break through Thomas' hand. Wasn't quite able to hold on to the ball at the end, and ended up in the hands of Jace Kairi Tanaka. He went on a half-field run, scored in the corner, And Shun Miyashita, flawless from the boot so far. That one, his most challenging conversion of the match. His team lead 21 points to 0 as the half-time hooter sounds. Japan trying to knock that ball back off the restart, but claimed by Hong Kong China ultimately. They need to score here to give themselves the confidence, to give themselves the momentum going into the second half. But they've sealed off at the ruck, and so it will be a penalty to Japan. A tactical decision to be made here. And the decision is tap that, kick it out, and go into half time. 21 points to the good. So not quite as tight an affair as we saw in the girls' final. Don't rule Hong Kong China out just yet. Team of incredible talent, a nation of immense sevens pedigree. And of course, this is sevens rugby. It is never over till it's over. Just have a look back at Fukuda's scores. He's got 2 of them for Japan. The first one from distance, the second one surrounded by a sea of blue shirts. His footwork just got him out of it. And then this, an opportunist try for Japan after the unfortunate ricochet of the ball at the breakdown. And it was in the end a fairly simple run-in for Japan, for Tanaka to score their 3rd try, and expertly converted by Shun Miyashita, who was arguably one of the standout players of day 1 here in Hohhot. He's done a little bit more when it comes to conversions today than he has in terms of his try scoring. He crossed the whitewash quite a few times yesterday. I wouldn't bet against him making an appearance across the goal line of Hong Kong China before this final is up. An error there though, and the first of the game from the Japanese, and so Hong Kong China will have the tap on halfway. Seeing what can be created here in the shadows of the stadium. Unfortunately for Hong Kong China, they lose the ball and then they compound that error by giving away the penalty. They're not 10 as well, so advantage to Japan. And there is space for them to break on this right hand side. Looked to be a hand in there, and there was indeed. So Hong Kong China may be about to find themselves a player down, and indeed they will. The referee just checked with his assistant before confirming the decision. Unfortunately for Ryan Schroeder, he has to head to the sin bin to serve his 2 minutes for that hand in there. Japan will call for the scrum, no surprise. They want to exploit the additional space that can be found on the sevens pitch. We have a player from the defensive side ends up in the sin bin. Fukuda on a hat-trick, feeds the scrum and then drops it to Miyashita on the blind side. He drives his way up towards the 22, but the defence holds strong from Hong Kong China. Big gap here though. Japan opting to pass instead of running directly at it. The link-up play, they're going from one side of the pitch to the other, and it will be a try for Kenshin Ikeda Fourth of the match for Japan, and they are starting to cruise now, showing the same class, the same confidence that has followed their progress throughout the tournament this weekend. This was always going to be their toughest test of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. They have risen to the challenge in every respect. None more so, perhaps, than through the kicking of Miyashita, who once again nails a conversion from near the touchline. Japan leading 28 points to 0 now. Restart safely secured by Hong Kong, China. They've yet to truly fire a shot in this final. It's not showcased everything that their side is about, and they will not want to leave the pitch without getting themselves on the scoreboard. And showing exactly what Hong Kong rugby is all about. The latest attack does come to an end over the touchline, however. Hong Kong China making a mess of the Japanese line out. Fukuda quick to react though, and does regain possession for Japan, who will weave their way through the line once again and under the posts. 5 tries up. And the score has started to be shared around now. On this occasion, it's Taigo Takanashi. Five from 5 from Shun Miyashita. We see a carving line from Takanashi. And this Japanese team, they've been so disciplined all weekend. Just get the feeling that they will be starting to enjoy themselves now. They know that all their hard work to this point has paid off. Of course, it isn't just the performances you see on the pitch over the course of the weekend that determines who the champions of the tournament are. It's all the hard yards in training to get to this point, all the sacrifices that are made, all the support from family and friends, especially at this age grade level. And another beautiful weaving run from Fukuda. As I was saying, the sacrifices made by players at this age level, and of course, will have to balance their rugby commitments with their school studies, with their future career plans, to be able to play at this level and to put performances on the pitch like that we've just seen from Kanta Izumi, scoring Japan's 6th try. It's really nothing short of spectacular. Offload attempted by Hong Kong, and there will be one small blot on Japan's record in this final. Player sent to the bin. Just trying to get a number for you, but I think it may be Izumi, having just crossed the line. That's not Azumi, no. He is about to pack down in this scrum. And the hooker position for Japan. Hong Kong, China feed. As the hooter goes, they've one final chance to end this cup decider on a high note. 7 players against 6. The opportunity, as great as it has been at any stage in this match, for them to dot the ball down against this Japanese team that has put on a consummate performance throughout the entire weekend. We expected them to do well in the pools, but to turn up in this final and win by such a margin against the team at the level of Hong Kong, China is really incredible. It could just be one final twist in the tail. Hong Kong, China will get a score right at the end. Benjamin Marks throwing himself over the line. And it is nice for Hong Kong, China to come up with something at the end there. Never a fun experience to be nilled in rugby, whether it's 7s or 15s, whether it's for club or country. Hong Kong, China avoid that happening in this cup final, but it was too little, too late against the Japanese side that had been a class apart from their opposition all weekend. They run out 42 points to 6 winners in this cup final, and they are your Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Boys 7s champions for 2025 on their return to the competition. A near faultless performance across all 5 matches, and a whole host of future stars of the 7s game that have been involved in this triumph. Once again, this great display of sportsmanship. As the two teams bow to each other after the handshakes. Something that we've tended to see from the East Asian teams in this competition this weekend. Another chance to see a selection of the best tries from this match. There were 6 of them from Japan, 1 from Hong Kong. 2 of those Japanese tries came from Tsun Hidemichi Fukuoka. It was in fact their opening 2. Their third, Jace Kairi Tanaka for Kenshin Ikeda, scored in the corner. Kanta Izumi getting their 6th try, with number 6 on his back. And then here we go, Hong Kong, China's consolation score at the end by Benjamin Marks. That brings the on-pitch activity to an end for the weekend. A wonderful display of 7s rugby. 35 matches brought to you across this weekend, showcasing the very best of the future of Rugby 7s on the Asian continent. And on the basis of this weekend, I think we can say that Asian rugby is in rude health. Some wonderful performances from countries across the continent. both the girls and the boys competitions. And Hohhot and China have been brilliant hosts as well. It's the event team. Get the stage set for the trophy presentations. Will be the girls' winners that will receive their silverware first. Just run through the results for you. Starting off with the girls' competition, just 7 teams on that side of the draw. And Malaysia, the ones who finished in 7th. Uzbekistan, winning the Battle of Central Asia to take 5th, ahead of Kazakhstan. 3rd, 4th playoff was won by Hong Kong. Despite a wonderful display in that match and across the weekend in general from an Indian side showing a huge amount of potential. And then we had the joy of that absolute classic in the cup final. Japan and China going at it like 2 teams at the absolute top of their craft. Pleasure to watch, a pleasure to call and to bring you that match. Japan were the go-ahead team. Japan had the lead at half-time. China were the ones that mounted the comeback and ended up taking the honours. In the men's competition, Qatar on debut took the wooden spoon, with Kazakhstan just ahead of them. Malaysia held on to take 5th ahead of India. Bronze medal game, another thriller involving Chinese Taipei, but it was the home side China who were able to finish the strongest in that one and win in a really tight encounter before the cup final that we have just seen here, where once again Japan showcased everything that is good about rugby in their nation and how much it means to represent the Brave Blossoms as they took the win over Hong Kong, China. So your winners in the girls' competition, China. Your winners in the boys' competition, Japan. And of course this tournament and those placings also providing seedings for the Youth Olympic Games taking place in Dakar next year. The sides just gathering on the running track at the side of the pitch ahead of the trophy presentations. What a magnificent stadium that the teams have played in over the course of this weekend, and you can't underestimate the development opportunity that it will have been for all of the players, no matter what nation they were representing, to get to play in a venue like this, to get to play in front of a very vocal Chinese crowd wearing their respective national jerseys, a sense of occasion and the degree of pressure that all those elements bring are only going to stand those players in good stead going forward in their career. For those players making their debut for their country this weekend, they will always be able to say that they have represented their nation on the international stage, and they know what that feels like, they know what that means, they know what that brings when it comes to happen again. It's such a crucial tournament. As Asia Rugby Deputy President Terence Koo said before the weekend got underway, the importance of the Asian under-18s cannot be overstated. He said it's a vital pathway that bridges youth to senior rugby, shaping both the athletes and the future of the game. Unions that commit to developing this level will, in the years ahead, strengthen their senior national teams with a broader, more capable talent base, positioning themselves to compete at higher standards regionally and globally. Of course, the Rugby World Cup Sevens is the direct target, along with the Olympic Games, for the Sevens programmes of these nations that have been competing here this weekend. As we know, the Sevens game interlinks with the 15s so heavily. Both the women's and men's 15-a-side Rugby World Cups growing in numbers. The Women's World Cup taking place in England right now, the first to feature 16 teams. The next Men's World Cup in Australia in 2027 will be the first to feature 24 teams. So more opportunities for Asian sides to qualify for the highest tournaments in the game. And occasions like this weekend prepares those teams, prepares the players for those moments, and ensures that the pathway and the future for Asian rugby is very bright indeed. There is more sevens coming your way in Asia over the coming weeks and months. Next weekend will be the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series taking place in Hangzhou, China. In October, there's 3 tournaments for you to enjoy. The Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Trophy in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia on October 11th and 12th. The following weekend in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series continues. And then Trophy continues the weekend after that in Muscat in Oman. And in November in Dubai, that's the Rugby World Cup 2027 final qualification tournament for men's 15-a-side teams. At the end of November, the 28th to the 30th, one of the showpiece events of the Asian Rugby Sevens calendar, the Emirates Dubai Sevens, kicking off the World Rugby Sevens series. You can follow all of that on Asia Rugby Live and on the World Rugby Sevens app. Just a bit of information on the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025 taking place in Hangzhou and in Colombo. It will feature 12 national teams in both the men's and women's divisions, which is a change from the usual 8 in previous editions. There will only be 2 legs this year rather than 3. The top placed teams in the Asian series will earn qualification to the new World Rugby HSBC Sevens Division 3 in 2026. Just one qualifier from each of women's and men's. Of course, in the women's competition, Japan and China are already part of the HSB World Rugby 7 series, so it'll be the next best finisher in the Asia Rugby 7 series that will qualify for the Division 3 at the international level, or the global level. Just a reminder of your winners from this weekend. In the girls' competition, China triumphed in a comeback job in the cup final over Japan. In the boys, Japanese managed to secure one title for their nation, absolutely blowing away Hong Kong, China to take the honours. And so it is China and it is Japan who we will shortly see celebrating. The trophy presentation will start with a cultural performance here. tournament being held in Hohhot, the capital and largest city of the Inner Mongolia region of northern China. So it's an opportunity to sample local culture and traditions. The name of the city in Mongolian means blue city. And the dancers there performing in blue, which is often associated with the sky, eternity and purity in Mongol culture. And another performance coming up for you now. Incredible showcase there, the range of wushu martial arts, again displaying the range of culture that is such a key element of life here in China, and particularly in the Inner Mongolian region. And we will shortly be beginning the trophy presentation. both the girls and boys teams will have a trophy presented to them. And we'll also see medals presented, bronze, silver and gold from the looks of it, with Hong Kong, China lining up there, the girls represented. Just taking a little bit of time for the tournament organisers to get the teams where they want them to be. 2 identical trophies, one for the girls competition, one for the boys competition. Boys team heading out to join China and Japan, the other medalists in their competition. China today hasn't given me enough opportunity to translate those parts of the ceremony that I sent to you in Chinese. We do have all 6 medal winning teams ready to go now. To translate anyway. Details of the ceremony provided in both Chinese and English. 6 medal winning sides presenting 4 different countries. I should say. 2 Japanese medal winning teams, 2 Chinese medal winning teams, 2 Hong Kong, China medal winning teams. Traditionally the 3 strongest 7s playing nations in Asia. China taking gold in the girls, bronze in the boys. Hong Kong, China taking bronze in the girls, silver in the boys. And Japan with silver in the girls and gold in the boys, so sharing the medals out between them. As the various dignitaries involved in the trophy presentation are introduced and head to their positions. Teams came from across the continent of Asia, representatives from the West and Central area in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Qatar, representatives from South and Southeast Asia with India and with Malaysia, and of course these three nations and Chinese Taipei representing East Asia. First up to collect their medals, the boys' bronze medalists, the People's Republic of China, who overcame Chinese Taipei in a thriller to take their medal. Chinese Taipei very nearly tying the game up and scored just before the Hohhot, were unsuccessful with the conversion. China had done enough through the game to confirm themselves as winners. China back themselves had the game gone to extra time as well. China's results through the weekend. They beat India 36-0, lost 26-14 to Hong Kong, China, and then beat Qatar 59-0 in the pool stage. They lost their semi-final 29-5 to China. Triumphed in that bronze medal match against Chinese Taipei. To show off their medals there after that 12-10 victory. Next up, the bronze medal winners in the girls' competition, Hong Kong, China. The results this weekend: they had a bye in the opening game of the tournament, and then beat Kazakhstan 26 points to 7. Short 44 points to 0 over the eventual tournament champions China. Just 2 pool games for them as they were in a 3-team pool. In their semi-final, they lost 38-0 to Japan, but they bounced back in their third place playoff, winning 20 points to 12 over a very impressive Indian side. Certainly been one of the teams that has looked to have enjoyed the weekend most of all. Always singing, always dancing on the running track before they take to the field of play. I'm sure they'll be enjoying their celebrations, having received the these medals before they head back to Hong Kong, China. Congratulations to Hong Kong, China, bronze medalists in the girls' competition, and to the People's Republic of China, picked up bronze in the boys' competition here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Silver medalists will be up next. Silver medalists in the boys, and of course Hong Kong, China, managing to go just one better than their girls team. They were undefeated in the group stage, beating Qatar 45-5, taking victory against China 26-14. Really tight and enjoyable match against India in the final game of the day yesterday. They won 29-19, but were pushed all the way by that Indian side. Came out firing in the semi-finals today. Didn't put a foot wrong really. A 27-0 win over Chinese Taipei. Then were outclassed in the final by Japan. Triumphing in that one, 42-5. Great that both the Hong Kong girls and boys teams will be able to celebrate a medal-winning performance at the tournament this weekend. Silver medalists in the girls' competition. And Japan absolutely imperious through the competition, arguably unchallenged until that final. They came up against China. And beat India 50-7. Uzbekistan Malaysia, I should say, 62-0. And Uzbekistan 64-0 in the group stage. Racking up an incredible 176 points in 3 matches yesterday. Came in today on a hot streak. It's an understandable consequence of those performances yesterday. First they dispatched Hong Kong 38-0 in the semi-final before going ahead against China in the gold medal game. They led by 7 at half-time, but China mounted a stirring comeback, and in the end Japan found themselves 10 points on the wrong side of the scoreboard. But still, silver is an immense achievement here at this tournament, and they return to it. Obviously, we're having to contend with China's home support in that final as well. Congratulations to them. A silver medal winning performance. Thumbs up all round from the Japanese side. Wonderful performances across the team this weekend. Now time for our first gold medalists. In the boys competition, that is Japan, your Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens champions for 2025. Their pool performance almost as flawless as their girls teams. They won 31-5 over Chinese Taipei in their opening game, 47-7 over Malaysia in their second. Matched that scoreline in game 3. The girls had achieved the ultimate Uzbekistan, making the same against Kazakhstan, winning 64 points to 0. Dispatched China 29 points to 5 in the semi-final, and somehow found another gear in the cup final, scoring 42 unanswered points before try on the Hohhot by Hong Kong, China, winning 42 points to 5 in that one, and are deserving champions. Foot roll throughout the weekend. See them ahead there. Shooter. Their stand-up performers. Scored 2 tries in the final. Silver in the girls, gold in the bronze, in the boys, I should say, for Japan. And now get not only to wear their gold medals proudly, but also to receive the trophy. Shooter. Left it for his team. Your 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens champions are Japan. Just one more set of medals to present. One more trophy. And I think it's going to be a very popular one here in Hohhot. Gold medalists in the girls' competition are, of course, China. Just as flawless in their progression through the tournament as the Japanese men were. They won 41 points to 0 over Kazakhstan. They had a bye in round 2 of the pool. And then they triumphed 44-0 over their closest rivals, Hong Kong, China, to finish up day 1. semi-finals. They faced India, emerging 34 points to 5 for Fixtures, before taking the stage in front of their home crowd in the cup final. They had to do it the hard way. They conceded the first try. They found themselves 7 points down at half-time. A couple of tries from the girl who received the medal just a moment ago, who you can see to the right of him in the blue jacket. 2 tries from you were enough to lift her team up above Japanese opponents, winning that final 22 points to 12 to take the trophy here at the Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. We will very shortly see them presented with their trophy as well. Here the trophy comes. And by the roars you hear from the stands, I can assure you there are still a lot of spectators in this stadium here in Hohhot. As they pause for the photo with the dignitary, they now get their opportunity to celebrate as your Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens champions for 2025. It is China on home turf. They used the home field advantage to maximum effect, roared on by a passionate supporter base against the next best team in the competition. They triumphed in the cup final in most dramatic of circumstances. One of the best games of the weekend. Deserving champions. The senior team, just like their Japanese opposition, already competes at the top level of international sevens on the World Rugby HSB Sevens series. There is absolutely no doubt that the future for Chinese sevens is very, very bright. And with the bronze medal winning boys team at this gold medal cup winning Asia champions, China. The celebrations for all 6 medal winning teams shortly get underway. In the meantime, the boys winners will head in here as well for a combined photo, a nice moment to show the equal status of the girls and boys winners at this tournament. Of the girls and boys tournaments. In fact, at the Asia Rugby Sevens. Sponsored by Emirates. It's been a wonderful weekend of Rugby Sevens. Do hope that you have enjoyed it. Thank you for joining us wherever you may have been tuning in around Asia or indeed around the globe. The future of Asian rugby is one to keep your eyes on. So many future stars of the game have strutted their stuff on the stage this weekend in Hohhot. I've been Will Shepherd, and thank you very much for joining us. We hope you have enjoyed the weekend, and you'll be back with us next time as the Asia Rugby Sevens series and Sevens trophy continue in September and October. Thank you for watching.